I'll just unmute the mic. Kia ora, guys, and welcome to those who are already in the chat. We are still waiting for teams to get to 4 players to get into the lobby. The game's meant to start in about 12 minutes. For those who are coming here from joindota.com, the match ticker, they took it literally. Like the lobby, everyone's meant to be in the lobby by 6:50, which is another 2 minutes. The game isn't actually meant to start till 7, so thanks for sticking around anyway. If you're in chat, make sure you drop us a line or 3, and continue to enjoy the music. Who do you think's going to win? DTT A4P. I will play my little video preview that I did earlier on today, in case you're undecided, or in case you aren't sure quite who the teams are, who to root for, etc, etc. Hopefully this video will help some of you out. In terms of the games we've got on tonight, we've got this game, and then after that we do have a 5th, 6th playoff. I'm not sure if that's going to be 1 game, 2 games. I'm really kind of just not sure what's happening with that game. Well, I mean, the stream will be live anyway, so we'll let you know as soon as we know. We'll let you know as soon as we know, but other than that, stay locked and loaded. And remember to use the hashtag ANZDota2 to keep up with all the action in the Twitterverse as well. Shout outs to Tim Ferguson, aka Fragenstein in chat, who has, I know, been actually using the hashtag to talk, which is great. And you can win some cool prizes as well. So just by entering there's a link that's going to come through in chat anyway eventually. And it'll basically just outline how you can enter the competition to win some cool prizes. Simple as that, easy as that. I really am just stalling at this point so I can find the video. There we go, alrighty. Yeah, so here's a quick preview for those who are undecided or don't know much about the teams tonight, or over the next 2 days. We've got a big couple of days. The final 4 teams have been found, and it should be a good one. Kia ora, guys, my name is Ride Hunter, and I thought I'd give you guys a quick overview of this weekend's games we've got coming up in the DB Esports ANZ qualifiers. We are down to 4 teams left in the competition. Again, the big dance tomorrow evening, the final. We've got the lower bracket final tonight, being Saturday night first, so at 7 PM AEST, or AEDT, sorry. DTT are taking on A4P. The winner of that goes into the lower bracket final. If you've never seen any of the teams in this tournament before, if you want to tune in but you're not quite sure what the teams are and all that kind of stuff, then allow me to maybe help you out for these coming up games. DTT, of course, they've been together for a while. Their new roster iteration, this is kind of their first big tournament after the ROG Masters. They've looked strong. The only reason they're coming through the lower bracket is they got beaten by tournament favourites Big and Black to be put down there. Since then, they've had a relatively convincing time in the tournament. Again, they've only dropped 2 games in the tournament. Well, to 2 different teams, and they actually, interestingly enough, when A4P got beaten by DTT, A4P did take them to a game 3. So typical, you'll see from DTT, you'll see a Meepo. They love Meepo, pick them first. They'll literally, if they ban out Sand King and Sven, then they're going to pick their Meepo. They've done that more than once. You think, oh, you see that, you just ban it out. No, they don't care. They've done it before. They will continue to do it. That's the kind of style they like to run, very highly individually skilled players. But that being said, they haven't looked super good. They've looked a bit shaky in some games. And A4P, very talented squad. I think they're probably the 3rd best in the competition. So if they bow out in the 4th position, maybe slightly unlucky, but definitely could take DTT to a game 3. Whether or not they win that game 3 remains to be said. I don't know. I think DTT are probably strong enough, but if A4P have a good counter to the Meepo, and I mean, they can certainly knock DTT over. So that game, again, best of 3, starting at 7 PM AEST. Of course, you can catch all these games at twitch.tv/DB Esports. There is a game after that tonight. That is the 5th and 6th playoff, because teams 1 through 5 do get part of the prize pool. So this game, both teams, Slap Emma and Dumia, are out of the big dance. No opportunity for that championship run to win. But they are playing off for some prize money. So if they can get themselves into 5th place, Slap M, of course, they got beaten by DTT rather convincingly to be put into this position. Slightly unlucky that they did have to go up against them, but probably a fair result. Indomie, it was an epic base race against A4P. Very unlucky not to win that game. They come in as hot favourites into this series. I would certainly favour them in the best of 3, probably 2-0. I think Indomie, A4P, no offence to Brain DDoS, who I think have gotten an easy part of the draw. I'll touch on them in a second. But I think A4P, Indomie, DTT, and Big and Black are kind of in a zone of their own, if you will. Whereas the rest of the teams, I think any of those 4 teams can maybe take games off each other. But other than that, good luck. So Indomie, I reckon, are going to take that one 2-0. Again, that starts at 10 PM AEDT, or we just get it underway as soon as that DTT A4P game finishes. So, moving on to tomorrow, starting at 3 PM AEDT. So the winner of DTT and A4P play Brain DDoS in the lower bracket final. I would heavily favour either DTT or A4P for this. Brain DDoS, like I said earlier, I think they've had a slightly easier bracket. They haven't had to play any of these big 4 teams. They haven't been up against DTT, A4P, Indomie, or Big and Black yet. And after they won through to like the main stage, I'm just looking at their games now. They beat Fingering 2-0, and they beat Slap M 2-1. So they got slaughtered by Big and Black. I would expect either DTT or A4P to win that game and go through to the final regardless. But yeah, that Brain DDoS squad, there's always something interesting coming out from them. From memory, they love their Tide Hunter. They pick Tide every game. So if you're watching for Brain DDoS, just don't even worry about it. Just don't even worry about Tide. Just take it out of the pool. It's probably easier. And then the big dance is happening tomorrow. Not quite sure the exact time. I think it might be 6 PM AEDT or 7 PM rather. As long as you check, as long as you stay tuned into Dotaroo Kai Studios, the Facebook page, or the joindota.com match ticker. They will have the finalised times there. So Big and Black, of course, they won through. It was Tuesday night now. It was a long time ago that they beat Slap M to go into the finals. But they are there now. The Brain DDoS they beat to go through to the finals. They are there now, and they are probably looking like the best team of the competition. All round, very strong team. We've seen them on a bunch of different roles. Miggles Z has played their space creating mids just absolutely superbly all tournament. And while he's doing that, the rest of his team are finding farm and getting kills. So, Big and Black will play just about anything in the book. They can play it really well. They like running ODs and voids, but so does everyone in this meta, so that's like whatever. I would definitely imagine that Big and Black will take the series. I would predict that it would be DTT, Big and Black as the final. That was my thoughts probably from the start of the main event stage. It would be those 2 teams in the final, but Big and Black have looked in a league of their own. It is a best of 5 though, saying that, so again, you take a couple of quick games off them if you're whoever they come up against, and you never know, things could get crazy from there. So that's kind of what's happening over the next 2 days. The finals, the big dance for the DB Esports ANZ qualifiers. 4 teams left in the running: DTT, A4P, Brain DDoS, and Big and Black. My prediction is Big and Black come out, but the only way to be sure about that is to tune into all the games. They start at, like I said, 7 PM AEDT tonight at twitch.tv/DB Esports. And then, of course, tomorrow from 3 PM in the afternoon, that's the lower bracket final, followed by the winners bracket at the same Twitch address. So I've been Right Hunter for Kai Studios. If you enjoy the production when you start watching, feel free to like us over at facebook.com/Kai Studios to keep up with everything that's going on. And of course, huge thanks to the National Academy of Technology. You can find them at academyoftech.com.au. They've fronted up all the prize pool. So if you've got any friends who are interested in game design, web design, app design, all that kind of good stuff, check out academyoftech.com.au. Thank you guys for watching, and like I said, I hope to see you tonight in stream for DTT taking on A4P.
My first impression when I walked into the National Academy of Technology was the amazing view from the top floor that made me think maybe I was in the wrong place at first.
Convenient, considering it's right next to the station. It's generally quite quiet, so it's a good environment to study in.
The staff that I met were really great and put me at ease, and then it was comfortable, yeah.
I'd already established that I wanted to come here through a friend who was talking about basically the quality of the studies that were here and the things that I could benefit from it, and it was just a really cool vibe. The people here were really down to earth, and it's easy to see them as colleagues more so than you do teachers, which is something that I really like.
First thing I noticed was pretty quiet. The games, the Street Fighter, the arcade games were pretty cool to see around when you first walk in.
The skills I was most looking to pick up here was actually about app design, because I've got notepads filled with different ideas.
I think for me the biggest thing is I've always been design focused. So it's trying to find the skeleton to go with, what you see. Instead of being the one that fixes things, be the one that can actually create as well.
I'm actually a games designer by trade. I came here with the intention of learning how to do web design, basically create websites for my future game projects.
The thing that attracted me to the academy here was the idea that I could actually create the websites and apps that I had in my head, rather than just imagine cool things that could exist and then hope that someone else would do them. That here they said, no, you can actually become that person, and in a relatively short time.
I think everything about the course really applies to the things that you deal with in real life. I mean, everyone uses mobile phone apps and websites and things like that. Everything that you learn ends up being something that's applicable to everyday life, which is awesome.
I found Ishbel really helpful. He's helped me get back on track and feel supported. No question's a silly question. There are more the ones that you don't ask.
Yeah, if I email it, I always get a response within 2-3 minutes.
There's definitely heaps of potential for you to do whatever you want, I mean, the skills to create a website is one thing, but creativity side of things is up to you.
Like sometimes people are fearful of what they don't know or understand, and once you get past that barrier, it's the sort of learning environment and course where it's about learning. No silly questions. You're no longer fearful. You look at the whole instead of step by step.
It's not only the fact is the course actually really good and it teaches me the things that I needed to be taught, but it's a really friendly vibe. So not only do I come here and a learning thing, but I'm also learning things, but I'm also getting friends as a result as well, and lifelong contacts.
I don't think I'd have to try too hard to convince anyone to study here if they've got an idea of something they think that should be out in the world, something that should exist on the internet or a piece of technology. I would find out what that is, and then I would help them see how they could actually be the creator of that idea rather than just the dreamer of it and think that they'll have to wait till someone else does it. That they could bring that into reality is the thing that I think would really draw people here.
Hey, my name's Heidi and I'm travelling in from Junction Village.
My name is Tyson and I am coming from Windsor in South Melbourne.
Hi, my name's Ray. I'm from Noble Park, Melbourne.
Hey, my name's Dirk and I'm from St Kilda.
Hi, I'm Dave and I'm from Heidelberg Heights. Thank you very much.
Kia ora guys, welcome on in to the Digital Bunker Esports ANZ Qualifiers, DP Esports ANZ Qualifiers, brought to you by the National Academy of Technology. I'm sure you all just saw their video there. Of course, if you or any of your friends are into web design, game design, app design, make sure you check out academyoftech.com.au. Just click the link below the Twitch stream. Of course, National Academy of Technology, they fronted up the entire prize pool, so by supporting them, you're supporting the Australian Dota scene as well. My name is Ride Hunter Dota for Kai Studios, and we have got the lower bracket, I guess you could call it semi-final. There are only 4 teams left. The winner of this goes into the lower bracket final tomorrow. Of course, both the lower bracket final and the final all being played tomorrow. I'm sure you're going to be here at 3 PM AEDT for that one, but at the moment we do have, by the looks of it, in fact, people are just loading into the game, so I will just talk to you a little bit more about how you can follow along. Make sure you use the hashtag. You can follow along in chat. You can make sure, let us know that you're here, or you can also head over to Twitter and use the hashtag ANZDota2. If you notice, Moobot is spamming a link in chat as well. Click on that. You can go into the draw to win some sick Steam gift cards. I would enter. I don't think I'm allowed to enter. Otherwise, I would enter 5 times. I'm pretty sure, because there's only myself, Praetorian, and 4 others who've tweeted using hashtag ANZDota2. But get on it, support the scene. Welcome everyone into the game. Someone's got a wooden PC and they're just taking a real long time to load into this game. Of course, I'm not going to be casting tonight. There are going to be a couple of gentlemen a lot prettier than myself, or at least a lot prettier sounding voices. Haven't met them in real life. They could both be bridge trolls for all I know. Sizzant and Praetorian, I'll throw to them in a second once we get the game up. If you have been watching, if you watched the preview video, you'll know kind of which way I'm expecting this to go. For those who've bet, I know Join Dota have their own kind of betting system as well. Let us know in the chat which way you betted. I would be slightly favouring DTT, but that being said, A4P, very good side, have already taken a game off DTT in this tournament. I personally think a lot of it's going to come down to draft, whether or not DTT get their meepo, or what I think is probably the better plan is A4P kind of play around this meepo pick. Welcome to Vladimir KT14 in the chat for some Cyrillic that I cannot understand. Who else has been in the chat here as well? Halo Rules. Since when do we have esports? I don't know. I'm pretty sure we had it at some point. We're actually going back into the lobby while we wait. So what I'm going to do is, until we actually get a proper game on the way, I'm just going to throw you to a waiting scene, because I have had enough filibustering. I would make an awful politician, because I am 2 minutes and done. Ask my girlfriend, she'll say the same thing. So we'll be back in a couple of moments as we hopefully get this game underway between DTT and A4P.
fueled by them to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number. Fueled by them to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands, and on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Alrighty then, hey guys, what's up? It is Sisn't here, being joined by Praetorian for this best of 3 in the DB Esports ANZ League, brought to us principally by the National Academy of Technology. Prey, how you doing tonight?
I'm going great right now, and I'm having a great time looking at these two teams, and it's just I'm amazed that this isn't actually the I'm amazed this isn't deeper into the finals, to be honest.
The storied matchup, A4P going up against DTT here. Yeah, I mean, well, only one team is going to make it further from this best of 3. A4P showing some excellent form the other day when I watched them go up against, I think it was Fingering and then Virtually Challenged.
Yeah. They had some great games there, and actually just recently, 2 nights ago, they did play up against, I believe it was Indomie, as I did actually cast that series, and taking it on to a game 3 as well, but they did quite do quite well in terms of their outplaying. But these bands, or A4P, have finally gotten around to doing something that a lot of the teams haven't done, which is just straight up ban the Meepo in the first phase up against DTT.
That's the sort of thing that surely gives a team an edge in the draft when they have a Meepo player fearsome enough to warrant that first round ban, and a first round Tinker pick answered more or less straight away by that Rider. That's both teams sort of giving away their hand a little bit, but both teams knowing exactly what they want to get away with here.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen CE's Tinker before, and it's damn good as as I'm sure Ride Hunter will attest to, as he appears to be quite the Tinker picker as well. But I really like this this Bat Rider here, as you know, it's really good at finding the Tinker in those trees, and being able to abduct people, as well as provide a little bit of extra high ground defense.
Yeah, definitely. And the Oracle Shadow Demon to back up their respective cores. So we're seeing the Kunku band out, and as well as the Luna, both of which to my mind combo better with the Shadow Demon than the Oracle. But I think that if Shadow Demon tries to do a self-disruption or a defensive disruption, he can line a lot of Kunka's skills up inadvertently on his allies. So
yeah, pretty much. I really like the ban on the Luna as well. We've seen a lot of Shadow Demon Luna combinations attempted, and not just by A4P, but by pretty much any team, especially VC, that have picked up Shadow Demon. Quite often first pick.
Yeah, these I mean, Shadow Demon certainly not being any less frequently picked with those minor nerfs, but yeah, the Shadow Demon Luna has been proven to be effective. So A4P in this second phase, are they still going to be looking for that sort of high stat gain carry that they can just suddenly create a whole bunch of, like your Terrorblades or your Morphlings, and just mow down structures that way.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if DTT do go for something like that as a replacement for their Meepo. And Axe and Huskar being banned as well. I like these bans, the respective bans, as they don't say too much about what might be coming for the rest of the draft for either side, as we see an Ogre Magi being picked up here. Now, Cut and Paste was someone who was taking the Ogre Magi on Thursday night in their games up against Indomie. Bit of an interesting one because he's actually known more of as a carry than as a support, but he actually did quite well. So I think maybe Cut and Paste might be picking this one up this time round potentially.
It was interesting to me, actually, just the amount of role versatility that has been coming out in the tournament thus far. Like we've got players that really do have their signature hero pairings, like CE with the Tinker, but that I've actually been really impressed at how much the teams are sort of filling in the roles as needed rather than staying doggedly to what they play. And well, there's our Terrorblade and the Juggernaut pick from DTT. I do love that pairing. Lots of heals coming out here.
Yeah, and it's one of those classics that was played quite a bit in the lead up to MDL as well as MDL, and has kind of become one of the more staple memes, I guess is the easiest way to put it. I mean, you just make illusions, and then you just send the illusions, and Terrorblade, it's how do you deal with that? A strong laner, is one of those carries that is a surprisingly strong solo laner. Of course, given the right situation, but in most of the situations, you can just use meta and then you just force out the enemy offlaner, and especially up against a hero like Batrider, it's going to be quite handy. But Alchemist, bit of an interesting pickup here, and probably going to go mid, I would believe, for DTT.
I would imagine so. We've seen a little bit of mid Juggernaut, but certainly doesn't hold a candle to what an Alchemist can get away with in that lane. Against a Tinker, though, is Alk going to struggle a little bit, or do you think that the old Acid Spray is going to be enough to zone the Tinker back? You won't need to worry too much about the laser.
Reserve time.
I mean, as a melee hero, you kind of do have to deal a little bit with the laser, but at the end of the day, he can just retreat off to the jungle, and being on the Radiant side, it's going to be a lot easier for him to just walk off casually to the jungle, farm up a couple of stacks, potentially. Or just, take Batrider stacks. That'd be interesting to see a few times.
Right. That was actually...
how DTT are going to balance that out.
That was actually something that I was going to question, because with a Batrider presumably winding up in the off lane, up against this Terrorblade, which, I mean... whether or not he goes for Reflection in the first few levels, or, those first few levels of Metamorphosis, both very good at forcing the Bat out of lane. So this is sort of relying on Bat having a decent lane and being able to stick there and not needing to retreat on the jungle so much, is it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we still do need some kind of more sacrificial support potentially, or just something that's a little bit grittier from DTT, and it will be the Elder Titan being picked up. They've got quite a bit of deep push now between the Acid Spray and the Spirit and Echo Stomp, so I think that DTT certainly could take this late, but having two melee cores, bit of an interesting strat. Well, I mean, we've seen it quite a few times, but generally with some AoE control from something like a Tide or a Faceless Void. But they do have quite a lot of, I would say quite a lot of damage in the middle of teamfights on the side of DTT.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially picking the Elder Titan, against the Terrorblade, that really high agi carry. Terrorblade's not going to want to buy any armor items, and Terrorblade having famously disproportionate raw HP and effective HP. I think he starts off with, I don't know, some preposterous amount of armor, like 7 or something.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, between Terrorblade and Ogre, I'm pretty sure they're going to be laughing at the physical damage that might come out from anyone, basically. But the magical damage for sure here is extremely strong on the side of DTT, so not too much of an issue. And it's going to be the Tidehunter being picked up here for A4P. I really like this as a finisher. And yeah, well, I guess we'll
Yeah,
have to
this
go
is-
back to Right Hunter.
Yeah, we'll toss it right back over to production now.
Alrighty, guys. Game 1 almost ready between DTT and A4P here in the DB Esports ANZ qualifiers, brought to you by the National Academy of Technology. We are here all night. 4 teams left after this best of 3 series. It'll only be just the 3 teams left. 3 teams making it through to Championship Sunday. Whose draft do we like on paper? I'm always a bit of a Tinker fan. I think CE, very strong player. But the X-Rag Alchemist might come out. Who knows how that is going to change things. I'm being told as well that Keith, of course, he's normally the carry role player, is having ping issues, might have to go onto a support, but it looks like we are in game for game number 1 between DTT and A4P. You're on.
Alrighty then, thank you, Right Hunter, as we jump in to the game, having our ceremonial 0-minute pause. So now that we've seen both of the drafts here, A4P rounding it out with that Tide Hunter and DTT grabbing that last pick, Elder Titan. Whose draft are you leaning towards here, Prey?
Well, honestly, A4P's draft is so much better rounded, I'd say. I mean, picking up the Tidehunter there, bit of a master stroke. I mean, the ban was on the Faces Void as a last ban from DTT, but I would have actually preferred to have the Tidehunter picked up here if I'm on A4P, just because it's so much stronger up against the Juggernaut and forces the Elder Titan and Oracle to kind of spend a little bit more time on that bottom lane defending and making sure that the Tidehunter doesn't get too much from that lane, which of course will stop them from stacking and from potentially ganking Tinker.
Yeah, and with that Alchemist versus Tinker being, I think we were saying perhaps a little bit lopsided in Tinker's favour. Anything that A4P can do to divert the supports away from that mid lane and make it into a more 1v1 matchup, that's winning that lane for them.
Yeah, pretty much. So, a bit of a change up, I guess, in terms of who plays what, with Keith actually playing the support Elder Titan. Apparently he's been having a few lag issues recently, so instead of taking up that mid or carry role, he'll be taking that support.
Little bit unfortunate, as internet issues do appear to be across the board. Cut and Paste being our final player to connect here, so presumably just loading in, and then we can get underway. Might use this chance to go through who's who. Over on the side of DTT, we are going to have Filipino playing on the Batrider, Raymond Lord handling that Oracle. X-Rag will be playing on the Alk. Teresa on the Juggernaut, and handling that Elder Titan, as previously mentioned, is going to be Keith, smoking, TPing, and getting some very early vision out, which I love to see. A4P, we're going to have Cut and Paste on that Terrorblade. CE on his signature Tinker. Panther Dragoon playing on the Shadow Demon, a role that he has reprised many a time. We're going to have Boost handling the Ogre Magi, and that Tidehunter will be played by AC.
Yeah, and we did see a level 1 smoke from the side of DTT, right inside their fountain actually, as Keith did TP in. An interesting strategy with Filipino rules leveling that Firefly level 1 and running around burning up some trees, probably just making them a safe little spot to get some XP from.
That is a strategy that I haven't actually personally seen thus far. I kind of like it, just making some extra safe little hidey holes so that he can leech there and guarantee that he doesn't get forced out of that lane. So of course, if they do spot him in there, he'll be able to Firefly right out of trouble, but he's going to have to be a little bit careful up until level 2 when he can sort of get that napalm going.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, it's a little bit of a HY play, you know, hiding in the trees and all, but, didn't they, the set of A4P isn't going to contest the Alchemist Bounty Rune, which, you know, that's 400 gold, so it's It's always nice to have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry,
Getting
300
those.
gold. I should probably say that. I'm too used to the old alchemist.
Oh man, we can all remember he does have more than 400 sitting in the kitty right now, so getting very close indeed to that bottle with the 2 pull tangos, the quelling and the stout. Is going to be out damaged by Tinker a little bit, and like we were saying, that laser going to make it very, very easy for Tinker to get those last hits. Even Boost starting off in this lane just to shove the Alk right back. So going to have a tri lane coming out from the side of DTT in their safe lane with these 2 heroes around the Juggernaut. This is what we were saying. They really do need to devote this here just to stop AC from getting away with having the time of his life on this Tidehunter.
Yeah, and Panzer Dragoon up on top lane, just building up the stacks onto Filipino rules. Did only get 1, but was building them up slowly. As well as contested pull here.
Yeah, Filipino rules getting right in there and just ruining that creep aggro that Panzer Dragoon was, I believe he was trying to stack there. And yes, we do have the rotation in from our Ogre. He's starting off with the Windlace, does have that Ignite, and the Firefly has timed out, doesn't have 14 seconds. He's got 3 stacks under another. Metamorphosis has been popped. Lovely body blocking from Boost. That is a masterclass. Boost getting the final touch there. I believe that was an Ignite tick. They tried to leave it for cut and paste, but it wasn't quite there. First blood regardless, going to the safe lane from A4P.
Yeah, that's right. As bottom lane, there was an attempted kill on AC, but just proving too strong, too tanky with that Kraken Shell leveled up. Bit of an interesting one. Does also have that Ring of Protection. Looks like he's just going to go straight in for that Ion Talon, realizing how strong of an item is, as CE will actually solo the CE will actually solo the Alchemist.
Yeah, I missed that one in its entirety. CE just really digging deep there and get out where it counts. And getting that solo kill on the Alk, he's nearly a full level in front right now. Alk just hitting level 3 as CE is on the tail end of that. And there goes that laser, letting him get that free deny. So 11-4 to our Alchemist, 7-0 with the kill on him to boot. This is a mid lane, more or less exactly where Tinker wants it.
Yeah, and also a DD for his troubles, and that's going to be extremely handy. Just to have, casually sitting in your bottle 2.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, definitely. Oh,
quite low there with
he's going in extra, getting chunked down by those lasers. And AC moving back. We've got some aggression being thrown out all across the map here, so...
Yeah,
good grief. Oh, and Boost
good.
has found Filipino rules. Doesn't have that Firefly. Tried to eat the tree, but lovely body blocking once again by Boost. Shadow Poison being spammed out by Panzer Dragoon. It is only level 1. He's got 2 on him. Fire Blast comes out, and getting the final touch again is Boost. 2-0-0 on this Ogre Mage. I can't run away from Windlace Boots of Speed, Ogre.
Yeah, I mean, 360 movement speed. He's got a slow attached to him. He hurts a lot, and you just can't kill him. And even when he's even faster than that, it's insane. As AC retreating to the jungle, but Keith, a little bit of a heads up play, will place that sentry there to stop that camp from spawning.
Yeah, that is what we do like to see. Very good. Ooh, damn it. CE finds yet another one. His DD had just worn off, going this very heavy 3-2-0 build at level 5. He is certainly not lacking for damage, and
Boost not
shows up.
For levels either.
I love this. Boost rotates in on the Ogre, but the Alk's already dead. What's the support to do?
Every single time the Boost rotates mid, like, X-Rag's already dead, and then he walks back top lane and gets a kill on Philo rules.
This is starting to become problematic with the age-old... down bottom. Boost has found Ramen Lord. Going to be scooting away, just wailing on him with the Walrus Whacker there. Going to be totally fine, purifying flamesing himself.
Yeah, he'll be completely fine. But Ramen Lord did actually pick up that regen room. But of course, Boost walking in did cancel it quickly. And looks like Boost is going to be trying to get as much as he can from the lane.
He is getting... Oh dear, there is that spin coming out. He's been rooted to the ground with that Fortune's Head. Nice Fire Blast, not going to save his life from that purifying flames there. So, nice bit of team play coming out, and Teresa has that healing ward and 6 tangos to go through, so they're going to be more than fine to fall back, getting themselves on the board. AC moving up and threatening, and he is still quite tanky.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's
counterpart in Filipino rules is Bout Rider is level 4, can start working up in the jungle now.
Oh, we've got the Echo Stomp coming in bottom as well as the Blade Fury. Actually, AC getting caught between a rock and a hard place here with the Purifying Flames coming out. The final attack is a crit from Teresa, putting him in the dirt.
Yeah, and well, as I was saying, like Filipino rules on the Bat Rider, this is one of the reasons why you do like to pick up Bat Rider as well as Tide Hunter to a certain extent, but more likely the Bat Rider, you know, you get level 2 and you can straight away just jump away from the lane, just go off in jungle. You can either give that lane to a support or leave the enemy carry to free farm, but you can always work on your Blink Dagger and get just over a 10-minute timing on your Blink.
Yeah, absolutely. So the fact that Filipino Rules has sort of given up these 2 kills, yeah, it's going to slow down his timings a little bit, but I mean, he's already got some stacks that he's working with in his hard camp there, and I mean, hopefully he's learnt the lesson now. He's going to be a little bit more fastidious with using that Firefly, but should be on the up and up here.
Yeah, and we should probably quickly check how many stacks there are for the Alchemist in the jungle. Looks like there's one in the medium camp, and that's it. Apart
And
from this,
Boost has
save
gone
lane.
for a scout in there as X-Ray getting brought down quite low by that laser. And CE, he's hit level 7. He's got 1400 gold. Does he rush these Boots of Travel here, or do you see a deviation for a Soul Ring? He hasn't opted for that rearm yet.
He is extremely close to BOTs. He's 500 gold away. He's still got that. Yeah, he'll just trigger that bounty rune. So now it's like 300 gold away from his BOTs. He may as well at this point go for it. It's cut and paste on top lane.
Oh, yep, he ended up going down. Nice rotation there from Ramen Lord, and the Firefly from Filipino Rules is going to be enough to spell the end of that Terrorblade. All of that magical damage, and Panzer Dragoon looks like he's going to catch. Oh, nice dodge there. Nice dodge with the disruption. In the mid, it looked like Boost was trying to make something happen with X-Rack. Bottom lane, AC scoots away. Totally fine, like you said, that we do have that Omni Slash coming out, and Teresa finds it.
Two crits.
Oh, yep, that was skill, not luck. Teresa finding himself yet another one there. 2, 0, and 1 on this Juggernaut. 46 and 14, and look at these stacks that Filipino Rules is just eyeing down. Going to get some nice juicy napalm on top of that, and Teresa sitting off to the side to leech that XP.
Yeah, and Ramen Lord looks like he's being pinged out to continue stacking those Ancients for X-Rag, and Filo Rules, yeah, he's quickly taking that big stack. Of course, it's one of the easiest stacks to do because the timing for the pull is the same as the timing for the stack. So it's always handy to have Rager.
Oh yeah, it makes life so much easier. Panzer Dragoon is going to be the one to get that bounty, and X-Rag also farming up stacks here. So DTT, they're drawn even in kills here. They're sort of pumping the brakes a little bit, stacking up the Ancient, stacking up the jungle, falling back and taking them. And of course, that is one advantage that the Alchemist does have over the Tinker, the fact that he can still take the Ancients as the Echo Stomp actually coming out on C in mid. The Fortune Set is going to fly through as well, so the Purifying Flames, 2 stacks and Napalm now, puts out a laser before he dies. We've got a disruption on the Bat Rider with the Soul Catch and Boot, getting some poison onto him, but Filipino Rules is under that tower. The tower getting out some decent attacks. One more stack should do it. Actually, no, he's starting to use that self. He should be 100% fine here, going in the trees, and Panzer Dragoon just...
3.
He just couldn't find that second Shadow Poison to connect, could he?
No, and I would have actually netted him a kill, but it is 8.5 minute BOTs on the Tinker, 2 and 1 now with 40 CS, so he's definitely doing quite well for himself. Not as well as Cut and Paste or Teresa in terms of CS, but Cut and Paste is getting quite close to that Dragonlance.
He definitely is opting to eschew the treads entirely. So, if we have a quick look at the net worth now, you see he is fairly behind in the last hits, but it's 3.7 for him and Cut and Paste, and 4.4 and 4.2 for our Alk and our Juggernaut over on DTT. Is this far ahead enough for X-Rag to feel comfortable on the Alk? Because, yeah, he's leading in the terms of net worth, but with an Alchemist, you want to be above head and shoulders in front.
Yeah, generally you do. He did die twice in lane, and he will just go back into jungle. He has the rest of his armor coming out right now. He elected to go for that soul ring instead of a bottle, but also did pick up those infused raindrops, which are quite OP.
Yeah.
We should. He could potentially come back quite hard. As he
casual 350 gold.
Yeah, pretty much, and that's just what Alchemist does. You know, he's just about max. He actually went for the maxed acid spray instead of the maxed Revol's Greed build by level 7. So 1 min is going to be called. So quick pause.
And with this pause, we'll have a bit of a look at the macro state of our game. 10 minutes in, 3k net worth lead to DTT, and 1.5k experience. So that net worth being inflated, of course, by the presence of this Alchemist. Still picking up that armlet sub 10 minutes. So Extract not doing too poorly, considering the fact that he did get picked off twice in lane.
Yeah, that's right. As we will actually see a 10.5 minute Blink Dagger coming up for Filipino rules. Does have enough gold as well for a smoke, so... probably going to be seeing a gank mid lane onto CE, and, well, just going to do Batrider things, I guess, from this moment on, and find cores and just lasso them, go back farm. And that's... the fact that they've gotten away so far with having this this Batrider pickup, as well as the Alchemist pickup, it kind of allows them from here on in to push the rest of their farm onto their Alchemist.
Yeah, definitely. They did give away those couple of early kills, but actually drawing in front now 5-4, and giving up first blood certainly didn't prevent Filipino rules from getting, like you said, that Blink Dagger at around 10 minutes. So they're really going to be able to sort of dictate the pace of the game in terms of the aggression and the initiation that they're going to be able to have with this Batrider dragging them back into the waiting arms. Keith on the Elder Titan, though, is only level 4, lowest level in the game by 1 at 10 minutes, so that's acceptable, isn't it? Just focusing the farm onto the cores. Up in top lane, it looks like Keith with that double damage rune was trying to go against boost. We do have 3 heroes from DTT mid, and there's that smoke that you called Filipino Rules and Ramen Lord. Waiting in the wings, they're presumably going to wait till CE's Tinker comes back around, but it is a smoke rotation, and we've got the Soul Catcher following the disruption as AC standing by the side. We don't yet have... Oh, we do have a Ravage online as the lasso is going to come out. Drags AC up onto the cliff, Panzer Dragoon getting covered in that napalm. We've got the healing ward coming through. It's Teresa and the Omni Slash, the boot flicking forward, but the Filipino Rules getting caught in the Ravage, and Shadow Demon is going to end up dropping to the Purifying Flames, and Teresa is fine, just spinning right around the Echo Stop. It's cancelled the Fortune's End. Rooting both of them to the ground. Boost, though, still healing. Well, the Astral Spirit flying out, cut and paste with 3 stacks on top of him. He is still in that Metamorphosis form, but he's not able to quite find the damage. There's the Sunder onto Teresa with final touch. He's able to get it. The Purifying Flames on him. He's got 5 stacks, 6 stacks of Napalm now. The Filipino Rules just can't find anything. Cut and paste with the double kill, and Boost is now chasing the Batrider down. We've still got a Fire Blast and an Ignite to boot, so he's being slowed right down. Boost running in. CE bottling up, frantically trying to get mana for that laser. There we go. CE sorts it out. Finds the final kill in that very messy engagement, and good grief, the amount of times that Cut and Paste looked like he was about to drop.
Yeah, I have no idea how Cut and Paste just survives through that. I guess it was those Purifying Flames stacking up, but because you don't have Arcanes on the Oracle, it is quite hard to throw your combination out multiple times. And, you know, you can throw out the Purifying Flames once or twice, but, you know, you have to throw out that Fortune's End to stop that healing coming through. I mean, even Boost was healing through the healing through from about halfway through that fight.
Yeah, definitely.
He did have like 7 stacks of napalm or something on him. That was insane.
The Batrider just backwards. The bat just couldn't get close enough because of the Ogre standing guard there. So, yeah, I mean, Ramen Lord with that first Fortune's End pinning the 2 of them to the ground, that looked like a very promising use of the skill, but unfortunately, yeah, it meant that he just didn't have it for later on in the fight. We've got the Firefly being popped up, as AC is going to be the one to TP and Blade Fury, and a blink forward from Filipino Rules. We do have a lasso whenever he wants to use it. 2 stacks now onto AC. Filipino Rules going to retreat through the trees here. Panzer Dragoon showing up, spamming out that Shadow Poison, but Filipino Rules going to be happy to just grab these creeps. He's got his blink when he wants it. Shadow Poison gonna just miss him on the way up, but he blinked down in front of Boost, who's got himself in lane. There's the multicast. Ding ding, missiles fly in, ignited, Soul Catch it up as well, and a couple of right clicks from CE, and the laser will sort that one out very nicely indeed.
Yeah, pretty much. Just overextending there and not really respecting the potential rotations coming out from A4P. And, well...
They really did commit heavily onto those
just,
TPs in there.
Yeah, but again, like, you kind of had to expect that when you are diving a tier 1 tower, especially up against a Tidehunter. I mean, we saw that halfway through that dive, AC just, casually purged off all of those napalm stacks and just, started walking freely once again. There's Keith, bottom lane, as well as Ramen.
Ooh, yeah, throwing out the Astral Spirit now, marching it in towards CE. There's the Fortune's End flying through from the north. The missiles come out, but there is that Flaming Lasso. Echo Stomp to boot, and he's dead before the Flame Break hits him. I like that positioning by Ramen Lord, hiding off to the side there. They've got this high ground observer ward, and they know that Tinker is going to be switching in between lanes. And X-Ray going on AC and Panzer Dragoon up in the top lane. We've got the Demonic Purge coming out at him. The Soul Catcher, though, will hit the catapult, so he is just being menaced by the Terrorblade. Teresa coming in as well. Oh,
stun again.
Ravage on top with a self-disruption, and that's pretty much just going to dissuade Teresa from coming in any further. Falling back, though, with the Fate's Edict, the Purifying Flames, and the Golden Cool Cat. They're going to be healed up to full in no time at all. Questionable Ravage.
I mean, they can't win that fight, but they certainly can't lose it just by throwing out the Ravage, so there is that. I mean, it's a defensive Ravage.
Right, so it's kind of a low risk, low reward. He knows that, yeah, if he casts the Ravage, they're not going to have it for the next 2 minutes, but if he casts it, then there's no way that they die there, as it looks like mid lane there is going to be nothing more than an Astral chasing Panzer Dragoon and Boost down. Looked a little bit hairy for a second there, but we've got this Aether Lens coming out on Boost already. Very nice timing, picking up a lot of early kills roaming around there. So that range on the Fire Blast is the pre-nerf range, so this is a very nice pickup for the Ogre, I think.
Yeah, it certainly is, and if he does get, that level 2 multicast fairly soon, he'll be able to fire off that Ignite from quite far away, and probably is going to go in for something like the Arcanes or 4-star up next.
Absolutely, as we've got the Disruption in the mid lane with the Shadow Poison being thrown out, missiles to follow, but just pinging off those infused raindrops. OS Frog, Keith is going to be totally fine throwing out the Astral just to try and shove this lane out, winding up the Echo Stomp, and yep, that's going to stop the creep wave pretty much dead in its tracks.
There goes one of his others.
Yeah.
Whoosh.
Just pinging those out nicely. This mid tower is still being savaged by a Terrorblade illusion, of course.
This morning. On bottom lane. He just placed a fresh ward on top of a sentry ward.
That is
That's so unlucky.
Yeah, that's hard to watch. That is. So, of course, they don't actually have vision on it yet, but once A4P get into the area, they will, of course, know exactly what's going on. The jig will be up. I like this from Filipino Rule. Smoked up in the trees with that Firefly, unfortunately for him. See, playing that one very cautiously. Actually, no, now he's TPing in on top of the creeps. There's the blink, there's the napalm. Not actually grabbing him in the lasso. Seems a little bit questionable, throwing out the missiles, and Tinker is going to be fine as Filipino Rules tanks up the tower. The Firefly was just ending there, so was that just because they couldn't see the rest of the team, perhaps?
17-minute Radiance now on the Alchemist, and yeah, I think the Shadow play being played out by A4P is extremely strong here, as Panzer Dragoon will now get a D ward on a ward that is fairly common actually, so I'm quite surprised it's lasted that long, but actually a smoke up. They don't have a Blink Dagger on the Tide, they have most of the mechanism. Boost hiding the trees in cut and paste is just casually pushing the lane as well. They've only got Filipino Rules, but they do have Ramen Lord as well as Keith rotating in to provide a little bit of extra protection.
There is that Astral marching forward, so they're going to know that Keith is in the area. Oh no, the trees throwing the Shadow Poison through, but it was a little bit too late. Filipino Rules blinking back. AC willing himself forward, throws out a Ravage that just connects with Keith. There's a multi-custom ignite as well. Teresa spinning right around. We've got the false promise, and the Earth Split comes down. His Panzer Dragoon is a little bit too much for him. Cut and paste, wailing away onto Keith. That is going to be a false promise indeed, as the Bat Rider likewise falls. Ramen Lord getting stunned up. The tower's going to drop, and clapping his hands, Boost makes his way out of the fight. Teresa, nice spin. Unfortunately, couldn't quite find an Omni Slash. He's got that Blink Dagger, and he is indeed going to blink forward onto Cut and Paste. Hush my mouth, Teresa made a fool out of me.
Yeah, should probably have just held on to that Conjure Image a little bit longer. I mean, I know this is one of those things that you can do if you are quick enough, where you just Conjure Image and then quickly sunder that image with a couple of lucky bounces, or just walk it away from yourself, and hopefully you time it well enough that the Juggernaut bounces across. But it was on cooldown for a couple of extra seconds, as Mechanism is now picked up on the Tidehunter. It was getting a little bit low there, but C will be forced to back due to mana.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a fresh Blink Dagger that was bought by Teresa. So it's possible that A4P didn't quite realise just how much the mobility the Juggernaut had going. Phase Yasha Blink Dagger. I really do like this build. I mean, the Yasha allows them to farm a little bit, but because most of their farm is going to be soaked up by X-Rag on this Alk with this very, very early Radiance, well, not very, very, but maybe one very early Radiance, Teresa going this sort of high mobility build that allows him to engage in fights a lot sooner. I really like this coming out from DTT.
Yeah, so do I. Well, I mean, X-Ray can just focus in on doing those Ancients as well as his hard camp, and then pushing out the waves from there. And he's got that Radiance online, but also he's more able to do the Ancients than, say, Teresa or Filipino Rules.
He certainly is, and that Radiance is going to be a little bit of a bugbear for the potential Blink Daggers from A4P. The Tinker, presumably they'll eventually get one on AC's Tide, now that he has finished up that mag in a pretty timely fashion. And no, it's going to be a Blink Dagger as well on X-Rag. Seems unusual.
Yeah, a bit of a different build. But here we go.
Panzer Dragoon, we hardly knew you channeled all the way down to 2.5. The Radiance and the Acid Spray. X-Rag finds that one with no issues whatsoever.
Filipino Rules hunting again, but CE did
There you going to
skate
skate it. Oh, nice blink forward. Pops that Invis rune. They did have a Sentry 4-star forwards again, but no. Don't quite find it as the missiles fly out. Just to give him a fond little pat on the bum. Chorizo blinking forward gets the Omni Slash out during the rearm. Oh, CE just not cautious enough.
Yeah.
That
really,
was a little bit bold rearming in front of the trees there, I think.
Yeah, bit of an interesting strategy. But Panzer Dragoon will get Illusions of the Alchemist now.
Oh, and Filipino Rules looking forward very aggressively. Will get ignited up for his trouble. Keith hiding in this little carved out spot of wood here. So if he gets spotted, he could be in a little bit of trouble, but Filipino Rules flying around on that cliff to the south, making a very dangerous corridor for A4P to run through here, indeed with the Echo Stomp connecting on AC and Boost.
Sleeping.
And down it goes the tower. X-Rag going to grab that one. So I love the positioning from DTT. They're really forming a pincer that meant that A4P, we couldn't really engage on them with the Tinker being down.
Yeah, just forcing them to choose between committing into a very unfavourable situation or just backing off. I mean, they do have a Tinker, so it's not too bad.
Looking forward, finding a lasso onto Panzer Dragoon will be rooted down, Echo Stomped, and... The Purifying Flames, he's healing up, manages to get himself out. The Earth Splitter is going to come through, throwing out those poisons onto Ra, who false promises himself up. He's trying to heal, but I mean, really, we all know how this one's going to end. He pops. Panzer Dragoon will be the one to get that kill.
Yeah,
not what I was expecting from that jump.
I can see why they'd want to go Panzer Dragoon, but you're going onto a Shadow Demon. I mean,
you need to make sure that your lockdown is on point.
Yeah, you really do have to put some stuns down onto him to really kill him off, and or just it's a similar situation to, say, an Oracle, where he can just force you to overcommit because of one spell. I mean, with the Oracle, it's a Fortune's End, but with Panzer Dragoon, it's Shadow Demon. Getting a well-timed disruption there. He lives a little bit longer, and it's a little bit harder to have the side of DTT take him down.
Yeah, absolutely, and a bit of a push coming in here, but here's that D push that you were talking about during the draft, that Echo Stomp with the Astral Spirit, the Acid Spray coming through from X-Rag.
The Natural Order up to level 3 now as well, so it's nearly pure damage with that with the acid spray.
Yeah, that's starting to get a little bit frightening as CE point blank blinking. He's going to go ahead and rearm as Filipino Rules hunting for him will not find him. CE teleports out without much incident there. Who's the timer ticking for the most here? Because A4P do have this sort of tinker lineup, but with the Terrorblade, it feels to me like they want to start pushing towers before it just gets impossible through the Alk.
Yeah, but I mean, no, honestly, it's so hard to push into either lineup. So we're probably going to be seeing something around that 40 to 50 minute mark where, you know, both teams do really want to go for that Roshan around that time. And well, honestly, I'm going to say that DTT do have a good Roshan
Keith
lineup,
getting a nice Echo Stomp onto CE as he comes in, and he will end up getting that teleport out by the skin of his teeth there. CE trying to aggressively blink after that TP in, but just not finding anything. So it is starting to simmer down a little bit here. Both teams trying to push out, but very, very tempered aggression here. Neither team really wants to commit too heavily to any lane.
Yeah, and I guess we'll kind of see that as, you know, it's scary, as I was saying, it's scary pushing into either of these lineups because of the spammable skills and the AoE control that can come out from either side, with the Tide Hunter as well as the Echo Stomp from Elder Titan. We do have a fresh Diffuser Blade being picked up onto Reza, so this is one of the easiest ways to kind of deal with high mobility heroes or potential mobility of heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. It does make life a lot easier for our Juggernaut. And up in top lane just now, saw Panzer Dragoon managing to get the disruption off onto our Alchemist, getting some little Radiant Solutions of his very own to run around. So that's always going to be something that will be quite disruptive in a fight. Down bottom lane though, Filipino Rules and Ramen Lord, they look like they wanted to set up for a gank. They're teleporting up top now. AC diving well below the tower as we've got a blink in. We've got the lasso onto Panzer Dragoon, dragging him through the trees. There goes the unstable concoction to boot. Cut and paste though, forming a whole lot of dudes as, yep, sitting up on the high ground, going to disrupt himself as the forklift is popped. The Earth Splitter came right through. Boost getting some nice multicast there onto X-Rack, and he's going to skate. Don't tell me Panzer Dragoon lives. Boost though is going to get slapped up by that Echo Stop. He's running away over the fire. He's going to end up living as Filipino Rules is the one that's brought down. CE will trade with his life as X-Rag finds that one.
How the hell did Panzer get out of that?
He's made some kind of Stygian pact with Ice Frog is the only thing that I come up with.
No!
Committing the Omni Slash, it was enough, and with that defusal, he only just had enough mana for Sunder. Ended up getting it burnt down right as X-Rag walked near him.
Yeah, that's not where you need to be.
Yeah, that was some very aggressive post-fight farming.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by that. Cut and Paste, not exactly known for that kind of positioning, but, you know, I guess space created for Boost as well as Panzer on that bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely. So getting some split push happening here. Probably trading their tier 2 away top was not the plan that A4P had in the works for this one. So we do have that Blink Dagger that has now been picked up by AC, bringing it out to him. So the total Blink tally is 3 for DTT and 2 now for A4P. Boost has got this Yules, which, oh dear, he was trying to teleport away with it. He's clapping his hands. He's not going to make it. X-Rag and his two buddies X-Rag are going to be more than enough to bring that one down.
Yeah, that's, yeah, just Alchemist things. And if you quickly check the net worth thing, it's, that is...
Oh dear, in mid lane, Panzer Dragoon will end up dropping this time. Blinking forward though, AC Ravage, but Teresa too itchy on the trigger finger with the Blade Fury. The reflections coming out, slowing down Roman as the missiles and the laser fly through. The Earth Splitter though on top of AC is going to drag it back a little bit. Teresa wailing away on the cut and paste, and oh nice, bringing down the healing ward with the Manta illusions there. The March is coming in from the trees and see going to go back to base as AC. No, that was a bit of an aggressive blink there. The State of Dukin's going to come out at AC getting ticked down. There's the Acid Spray and the Flame Break to bumping back over to the side, and X-Rag is going to pick that one up. CE coming in. X-Rag only too happy to Manta off that blind from the... Oop, there's another blind as he's put up in the air by Boost. Going to stun himself, a multicast to boot, and Ignite. There's the Bloodlust coming out. Demonic Purge as well. Some Shadow Poison just for good measure. There's the Reflection at... Ooh... Too greedily and too deep
for 70 seconds.
Indeed.
he buys a gem.
I mean,
I think that's just him trying to tell his team it's completely fine. I'll just
yeah.
I was just it was a shot bug. It was a shot bug, I swear.
Yeah, I
trying
pressed
to
the
buy the
button to
gem
buy
for
the
it,
gem, and then I dove the enemy tier 4 as well. The tier 2 was still up. That was ultra deep and ultra greedy. He is still nearly doubling up the net worth of Cut and Paste. He's long since finished the Octarine, so it's nice that he buys the gem here. He's just like, yeah, don't worry, team. You know, I've still got loads of money. Don't even worry about it. Though the
Loads
Manta has
of
now...
money.
Probably. As both teams just falling back to farm up a little bit here. So, in terms of the late game progression, Alchemist does have 6 slots here. Presumably at some point he replaces the Armlet with maybe a Shiva's, but it's just onward and upward for our Terrorblade and our Juggernaut. So,
Abduction.
Ooh, we've got the lasso. AC, you can sit right there. That's your new home. AC, though, just immediately going to tick up and he gets bumped back down by the flame break. Filipino rules his Firefly down back into the river. We've got the Spirit coming out. Mac has been bumped. Oh, AC getting brought down so low as the Earth Splitter comes through, but he's going to be totally fine. And the Pins of Good suck back into that one as Blinky Ford managing to get at the other side. Onto the Shadow Demon, bouncing onto Cut and Paste. He finishes that one, starts the Blade Fury. Cut and Paste going to have to evacuate the area immediately. Keep coming through with that Glimmer Cape. He wants to get this kill, doesn't want to let it go, but Boost starting up the illusion there. Echo Stomp is going to connect onto him. Ogre just going to sit there and wonder where it all went wrong as a nice flame break bumping him right back into the loving arms of Teresa. We got some missiles flying in from the low ground as X-Rag tries to get the Unstable Concoction out. Can't disjoint that one with a blink, but CE, it looks like we'll be able to get out of this one. A nice 2-hero pick-off, and they very nearly got the Terrorblade there too.
Yeah, and well, it was well played from Cut and Paste there to get out of that. But again, this net worth that is up on Alchemist, it's letting them just fight a little bit more than I feel like they should be at this moment in time. And this is getting closer and closer to that Aghanim Scepter kind of time.
Yeah, and there's the disruption. Soul Catcher onto Filipino rules, gushed, put up in the air as the laser flies through. Oh, I think that might actually have saved him. As he gets the Fates. Oh no, that was his own Yules, of course. AC moving forwards. Didn't realize the Bat had the Yules with the gem there. Getting the stun out onto AC, but he is going to need to move back as this march is starting to fly in. We've got a buyback from Panther Dragoon, and Teresa just looking for a kill with this Invisarian, having grabbed up that Aegis, and it feels like the push is about to come in. And, well, it's, you know, X-Rag can still, you know, dispense the old Ag Scepters, and there is a very good recipient for that in Teresa's Juggernaut, and there is the abduction onto Boost, bringing him back into X-Rag. Unstable Concoction, Teresa, and Omni Slash is absolutely not necessary. They're more than enough to bring down that big blue menace.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why you wanted the gem on the Bat Rider, of course. You do blink forward, and if there are any Shadow Blades that might be picked up on the side of A4P, they're not used extremely quickly to get away initially, and the Bat Rider finding you is certainly not going to protect you from it. And as you were saying, probably going to be an Aghanim Scepter picked up eventually for Teresa, as Juggernaut is one of the better Aghanim Scepter holders, but definitely doesn't want to have it in his inventory.
Yeah, definitely. As the Juggernaut yourself, he is far too slot limited. There are just way too many juicy items that you want to buy. You know, the Blink Dagger for the mobility, just any damage item that you can get your greasy little mitts on. So there's not really all that much room in his progression for an Axe, but he is very happy to get one from the Alchemist. Oracle, Raymond Lord can hold one as well, as can Filipino Rules' Bat Rider. Feel like the prime candidate in this case.
Yeah, I mean, they can always put it onto the Elder Titan if they want, but I mean, the disarm isn't going to be too helpful this game. There's
oh, that's right. Earth Splitter does have an Axe upgrade. I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, it's alright. I mean, I'm not expecting everyone to be an Elder Titan picker, despite how disgusting that is.
Yeah,
the disarm is strong, but it's only going to work up against Cut and Paste in this game. Although, yeah, Filipino Rules might want to get one. Although it's actually going to be a meme shard for X-Rag once they hit a little bit faster.
Absolutely, and with that armlet on and in his big old wailing form, he is hitting about 3 times per second, just slower than, which is some pretty fast whaling. Cut and Paste does have their Skadi, but because all that he has is just this base armor, we are seeing this natural order really shred fights. So, I mean, do A4P need to sort of pick up an AC and a Vlad's at some point?
Vlad's for sure. I mean, you generally want to pick it up on more supports. Wouldn't mind to see Panzer Dragoon pick it up eventually. And AC, probably cut and paste level item. Wants to replace that Quelling Blade at some point, get VOT sometime. Be really handy to have. Doesn't really want to pick up Vlad's though, as it really does restrict your DPS.
Yeah, definitely. So perhaps that will be a pickup. Like you said, Panzer Dragoon does seem like he wants to complete this Glimmer to finish his items out here before he starts looking in towards a rather large investment for him, as he doesn't even have 3k net worth to his name. Absolute poverty mode Shadow Demon here.
Buy the BOTs level 2 and then the Alchemist DCs.
Yeah, so X-Rag are deciding that he's finished buying items, he's finished farming, and that's about all that he came here for. And we'll have a brief moment while the game is paused to give out thanks once again to the National Academy of Technology, without whom this coverage of the ANZ DB Esports would not be possible. Also, if you are watching on stream, we do have an in-game ticket. All purchases go straight into the prize pool, so you know, if you've got some spare dosh kicking around, do consider that also.
Yeah, and as we get back into the game, well, hopefully fairly soon.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Item-wise, where do you think Keith might be going with this Slough of Wizardry being picked up?
Ooh, okay. This is... Oh, okay. X-Rag finds his way back momentarily, disconnects thereafter, but I'm going to say that this is going to be a Yules. He wants to get that combo with the Yules Echo Stomp. I certainly don't know the timing for it, self-admittedly not being a filthy ET picker, so...
Pressure is on me. It's alright.
I'm pretty sure that we're going for a Yules here, which will be our third one between the two teams. What else could he really be going for with it? Atos? Not all that hot, is it?
You know. I don't...
That says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just sort of in that awkward place right now. And here's some high ground hold. Yep, CE has that Aether Lens Ag, so going to be super easy for him to just sit up on the high ground, spam out those heat-seeking missiles, and of course the bouncing laser is always nice to have.
Yeah, as we are running that 35-minute timing that, well, A4P kind of need to get these T2 towers down by, otherwise it is extremely hard for them to push high ground, as Sec is going to be called once again. DTT with the pause. Pretty sure the admin around here needs to be counting down this this pause time at this point, as there is a 5-man smoke that is actually going to be scouted out by the illusion from X-Rag. I believe that's his Mantis style. Yeah.
Yes,
it wasn't scouted out directly, but that burn is going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, and if they are... I mean, if they're watching the illusion, they'll be able to see the old Octarine lifesteal from the radiance on it, but this movement out from A4P, if I'm just having a quick look at their vision, they really can't see anything at all apart from X-Rag. Is this just a blind jaunt into their secret shop? Because that could be catastrophic.
Yeah, but they can see Filipino rules, and that's... I mean, you don't want to go blindly uphill, but yeah, I think if you're A4P, you assume that everyone's going to be behind X-Rag, just because he is the alchemist, and he's 30k net worth.
Throwing out that conjure image, and they are pinging out X-Rag, cresting the hill here. But he is just going to go ahead and blink out. Not quite getting the gank together after that pause. A little bit unfortunate, so... And DTT going to be the ones wheeling themselves towards the high ground now.
Yeah, and well, the march from Stinger is just going to slow down that push quite a bit here now.
It certainly is. So between the March, between the heat-seeking missiles, the lasers, the Shadow Demon illusion spam, the Terrorblade illusion spam, is this enough for A4P to sort of eke out a high ground hold? Or at some point, surely they need to start committing Ravagers to win fights.
Yeah, they really do need to start committing for these fights. There is going to be a disruption onto a very dead illusion. Filipino Rules is scouting out.
I think that he timed out midway through that, blinking forwards, catching a laser with his face. We've got a Demonic Purge on him as well. The Fate's Edict, though, is going to prevent him from taking any further magical damage, as we do have the spin coming out from our Juggernaut. And a nice disengage there from DTT. No one taking all that much damage that can't be healed up by the old Purifying Flame spam on our Oracle.
Yeah, and this is one of the tricks that you can start doing, as there is a fresh BKB on Teresa going into what I believe would be an AC. I feel like it's an AC.
I feel like it should be an AC.
It could still be Meme Shot.
It could still be a Mjolnir. I mean, I don't see Mjolnir doing all that much heavy lifting for it, because he is already farmed. And oh dear, we do have a Lasso down in the bottom lane. Undercut pace, dragging him up onto that Uber Ward. Bit of a dick move. There's the Echo Stomp. Missiles though, up flying it thick and fast. The Earth Splitter, I think, was flying out. Yep, gonna drag it back. The Acid Spray as well, but he manages to get the Sunder out, turning into a tower. He pops the Metamorphosis, and there goes the disengage as Boost getting Omni Slashed, but Yule's up in the air, purged down by that Diffuser Blade and the Ravage, but Teresa was spinning already. He's popping the BKB to boot, getting slowed down by that Skadi as well as the Demonic Purge. It looks like he's going to be able to get out as Extract blinking up with the false promise on him, wailing away on Cut and Paste. He has been blinded out, and who is going to pop first? Cut and Paste actually getting bumped back down. Saved him, but only momentarily, as he trades his life for that of X-Rag, and Cut and Paste found that quite jovial. Teresa moving it on Panzer Dragoon, but with that Glimmer Cape going to survive. There goes the Cool Cat, comes out of the disruption and spins away. And, oh, hang on, Filipino Rules, that's not your base. There goes the gem. What? Panzer Dragoon,
what?
It was a bait. It was a bait. Teresa blinks in, gets it. He does get lasered up and missiled for his trouble and lasered once more. And the gem is in Tide Hunter's canning embrace.
Lord.
Ooh, he's going to TP out. They don't actually have anything to stop this. So that seemed like a fight that went pretty well for DTT, but then Batrider and Juggernaut sort of decided to crest the high ground.
Who paid DTT to throw like that? Jeez. I mean,
That
like,
was,
that's the most aggressive blink I've seen all game from Filipino Rules. Jumping straight away into a tier 3 base. Did have Lasso up, but holding the gem as well. And then Teresa follows him?
Yeah, I think that was... I mean, calling that aggressive is like saying that shit doesn't taste very nice. I mean, it's accurate, but it doesn't really convey the extent of it. That was... Good grief. That was, I mean, it's a steep hill to climb on the net worth. It's still just over a 20k lead at 38 minutes, but a few more holds like that from A4P and they're well and truly back in this game.
And we did also see that, I guess those two pickoffs, without the Ravage being effectively used there. A bit of a very, very split up fight, but that Ravage tried to connect onto Teresa, but that's spin as well. So yeah, it's going to be 45 seconds or so, as there's yet another pause.
This was, making sure that DTT have communicated effectively that they are going to resume. Both teams, I believe, now happy to continue on their way. So,
looks like it's going to be the start of an AC as well onto Cut and Paste. And by the start, I mean, he's basically got all of it left. All of it.
I doubt that he's going for a Shivas, so it probably is going to be an AC that he should have before Teresa's after this sort of disastrous hold that they have. We do have a disruption onto X-Rag, the Demonic Purge, the Skadi as well, and X-Rag, he was way too deep! And it's going to be, of course, Panzer Dragoon who gets that kill because, of course, it's going to help him quite a lot. He's actually overtaking Ramen Lord in terms of net worth now, and he's getting a Force Staff brought out for himself, and so too does our Tide Hunter. AC Force staves for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, they really do need at least 1 or 2 4-staffs now on the side of A4P. As it looks like Filipino rules, especially in that last little fight beforehand, he's going to resort to, instead of trying to kill carries, just put them on high grounds. And see if that can deal a lot of damage there.
It did sort of make the fight a lot more... Oh, nice Manta dodge of the Echo Stomp there by Cut and Paste. That's not that easy to pull off, and he does have a couple stacks of napalm up on him, going to delegate the tower hitting to his illusions, but surely without the alt, this is actually a blink forward with a lasso, but Boost and AC are both there. There is the stun after the Acre Smash, and down the back goes, and that was another gem.
Philo rules with the nations?
What? What am I watching? Oh,
just
no.
Oscar, boys.
It's all falling apart for the side of DTT. There's no buyback on the Bat Rider. 10 seconds on the Alpha.
He's coming up soon.
Yeah, this is X-Rag probably not wanting to commit to a buyback because he is so close. So this is going to be the tier 3. Yeah, they don't have mana. They do still have a Manta style to work with. Freeze moving forward. Popping the BKB through Blade of Fury as well as X-Rag is here. He's throwing out that Acid Spray. The Earth Splitter I don't think actually connected on anything. There's the Ravage. It clips onto Keith. And Cut and Paste gets a huge Alter Thunder of AC getting pinned down to the ground. Just briefly, and it wasn't enough for Teresa going to go ahead and buy back to hold. So they lose their tier 3, they hold the racks, but it costs them dearly. A buyback on Teresa means that the AC that he is building towards is going to be a long time coming, we'll say.
Yeah, and that should be, that's the AC coming up for Cut and Paste. Should have, he will have enough for buyback as well, so it's getting scary, and it's getting to that late game stage where if you do make one mistake, especially with a Terrorblade on one side and a Juggernaut and an Alchemist on the other, either team's base could disappear in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Neither team being a slouch when it comes to pushing. So we've got some smoke movement coming out here from DTT. A Firefly is going to scout CE. No, he was trying to TP. He was pretty much immediately scouted. There's a reflection coming out. The Echo Stop, the Hologram place, and the Purifying Flames are going to be enough to finish him off. Ravenlord getting that one, and we've got a spin disengage from Teresa as up on the high ground. X-Rag getting Demonic perched up. He's starting to channel that on Saber Concoction. Panzer Dragoon getting brought down. He's stunned up, and there are about 1 million Terrorblades throwing Scardies everywhere. Teresa popping that BKB, but it's not going to stop him from getting slowed. Down he goes. We've got a buyback from CE, and that's a dieback from Teresa. They trade their Shadow Demon, who is buying back, and Ravenlord is going to be able to TP out. The laser actually, I think, clipped across map, so that was a little bit of a weird one. And CE TPing down into the bottom lane. They know that X-Rag has to be around somewhere, as the heroes from A4P really trying to shove these lanes out after getting a very crucial kill on that Juggernaut.
Yeah, I mean, Roshan's up. They do actually... Alright, they get rid of that illusion, but illusion rune for Cut and Paste. Very handy to have, especially on a Metamorphosed
absolutely. X-Rag blinking forward very aggressively on the way to get the stun. The Fire Blast is there, as well as some Scardies to boot. Nice Echo Stomp. Cut and Paste will get hit by that Earth Splitter. The Metamorphosis has ended, so we might see them falling back a little bit here, but Keith moving forward under the cover of the Glimmer Cape. There is our disruption from Panzer Dragoon. Wants to make some more Terrorblades for himself, so neither team wanting to give up on this push forward, and X-Rag out for blood, moving forward very aggressively again. Oh, blinking up, he gets the stun on a Panzer Dragoon, but he forces himself into the rush pit. Cut and Paste is going up against him, but it's still 10 seconds for the Thunder. He's going to get inducted up onto the high ground. The Ravage comes through. The laser Panzer to and fro. Bat Rider ends up going down. Yet another laser onto X-Rag, and he falls as well. Keith going down to Terrorblade. A posthumous kill there, and Ravenlord trying to run away from AC, getting gushed up, is going to false promise himself. We've got a buyback and a TP in. It is going to complete, but Ravenlord surely will die here, as we've got the disruption coming out onto X-Rag. He's still channeling. There goes Ravenlord, going to end up getting multicasted, stunning himself with the unstable concoction. He's burning himself with that radius from those illusions, all the while pops that Manta as Panzer Dragoon. Nice ball stuff down, and it's a dieback on the Alchemist.
Does Terrorblade buy back with BOTs now?
Oh my goodness. He absolutely can do it. The Juggernaut is back up. Teresa's back. Teresa has an Omni Slash, but this is 100 seconds where A4P can really just punish here. So I don't know, do they take the tier 2s and wait the 20 seconds for Terrorblade here?
I mean, they could just prep the lanes now. I mean, it's only 10 seconds, and he only did just get that Metamorphosis off cooldown. He can just
Oh, blinking
quickly
forward
find
with a BKB
BTs,
pop by
but-
Teresa, but he's pretty much immediately demonic purge. Nice Omni Slash, but it goes over to the Ogre, who pops himself up in the Yules. No kills to happen just yet. Tide, though, will end up falling down to the Elder Titan. CE up in the air with that Yules. He's going to lay out some March. Keith breaking that glimmer. Oh, smoke is pretty much immediately popped, but Keith, he did get lasered up. Teresa getting stunned, ignited, and Ignite bounces over to Keith, and he dies before he can get over to his prize. We've got the Blade Fury coming out from Teresa, but hey, there's a Terror Blade in the neighborhood. There is a False Promise on top of him, a Glimmer Cape to boot as well, and he is going to be able to blink out with that Flame Break being the only answer. And of course, a False Promise plus Cool Cap means that he is going to come back very healthy indeed. So nice pick on the Tide Hunter, but the tier 2 did still end up falling. I'm not sure that A4P have enough gas in the tank, so to speak, to crest high ground just yet.
No, it looks like they will just retreat back for the Roshan. So they don't have, well, they don't have actually buyback on the Terror Blade. Probably gonna throw this. I'm not too sure actually who you throw this Aegis on. I mean, you could drop the Dragonlance, I guess, for it.
Yeah, you could. Although, with the death of Rosh, it's only gold that is lacking from cut and paste, and only 120 odd at that. So, are they just... I don't know. This does seem like quite an odd one. Tide is going to respawn soon, and he's got an item slot ready for it, so we'll see what is going to be the call from A4P, as DTT don't seem to either know or want to know about this, and
that's the Talisman of Evasion dropped.
Well, I mean, I guess he wasn't going to have the full butterfly and still have buyback, so...
It also makes sense up against the likes of X-Ray, who has already picked up an MKB, and Teresa probably is going to forego going for that whole AC, and might just go in for an MKB instead.
Yeah, it does seem quite prudent, and well, that is one of the hassles about going up against an alchemist, right? You show your Talisman of Evasion once, and the next thing you know, he's completed a full MKBs. We've got a Blink Forward and a Flaming Lasso on the Pants of Dragoon, and there goes the Fortunes, and the Echo Stomp is the one that is going to seal the deal there. So an awful lot thrown at that Shadow Demon, but bring him down they do, and I believe that was a dieback for him. His buyback's still on cooldown, but I don't know if that was if he died.
It was quite a while back that he had buyback. So it's technically a dieback, but at the same time, it's not really that much worth, really. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
He'll be back up before anything really does happen. But X-Ray on top lane.
He did get pinged out and gushed, but yeah, it's gonna cancel the TP out. Hold that thought. It's fine. It's on a 33-second cooldown because of that Octarine, so he's going to be totally fine. And we've got some movement coming up from DTT, moving through the enemy jungle here. So A4P need to be a little bit careful here. They are, of course, outnumbered. Teresa blinking forward very aggressively, throwing out that Blade Fury. And all members of A4P look like they'll be able to fall back to safety. And if you look at the net worth graph and the XP, it's 0. It is absolute 0. There is nothing in this game right now. That's, good. Oh, blinking forward. X-Rag not going to find CE, managing to make his way back into the trees. And X-Rag, beautiful mana dodge of the self-stun there.
Yeah, and again, this feels like one of the issues with having an alchemist on your team now is you are putting a lot more farm. Of course, it is more efficient to have the alchemist farming, but
yeah, Filipino rules getting multicasted up top. There is the unrefined fire blast to boot, and gem? Oh, good grief!
This is the third one.
A4P are just starting a collection of gems that have been purchased by X-Rag. They've even still got one on the ground in base, so a little bit unlucky there. And we've got Refresher on Tide, and yeah, this Ags that was completed up on our Ogre Magi on boost that I didn't actually spot until he just got the unrefined Fire Blast off there.
Yeah, it's a super handy Aghanim Scepter to have, probably one of the better ones on a support. Of course, there's, you know, the likes of Shadow Demon, Aghanim Scepter, which he is actually working towards as, oh god, that Metamorph.
Yeah,
Metamorph. My ears apart, but not as quickly as the Illusions are going to rip apart those barracks.
Yeah, definitely. X-Ray coming forward, stunning up two of them. Didn't get the real Terror Blade in that. We've got a buyback from out that as the Forklift is pop. Filler getting down onto that low ground. He's flying around, blinking forward. Actually finds the correct target in cut and paste, bringing him back under the Echo Stomp, and he's getting still brought down. Does still have that Acre Smoke come back in Metamorph form as Teresa on the backlands brings down the Shadow Demon. Cut and Paste is back. We've got the Ravage flying through from the low ground. AC finds that one. Refreshes. Force starts himself forward. A second Ravage that only connects onto Ramen Lord, but it's enough to drive them back. We've got the Omni Slash flying out thick and fast. Yule's onto the ticker, putting himself up into the air, and Teresa gonna go ahead and disengage here. Cut and Paste. Hot skills. We've got the Fire Blast from Boost. Unrefined as well. He's in the dirt. 95 seconds. He does a buyback. Extract though getting chased down. Turns around, throws out that unrefined Fire Blast, but it's not quite enough. Immediately crack and shelled off, and he's Cut and Paste. He wants it. Gonna take a big old sip from the cup of Ramen Lord for HP. Teresa shows back up. There's a Blade Fury going off. He's bought back. Cut and Paste trying to make his way out. There's a reflection, but it's not enough to keep him going as he goes down. The Ascent Concoction's gonna fly out and find AC, and CE is the only one still standing from A4P after what felt like about a dozen buybacks. There was only 3.
Tier 3 tower going down really quickly.
Oh dear, CE. He's still sitting at the base. We've actually got a buyback forced out from the Terrorblade here. CE TPing down, manages to get the missiles out. Nice little dodge there. Stun onto Cut and Paste. The missiles still flying forth from CE. Nice bounce there as Panzer Dragoon chasing this one. They do not want to let X-Ray get away with this, but I don't really
being channeled
think that...
again.
Oh, yeah, he's just going to turn around on a Panzer Dragoon. Filipino Rules is there. A self-disruption, and poor Panzer Dragoon, we hardly knew you. Glimmercape's certainly not going to save his life there, and it's just one push that leads right into another.
Yeah.
And X-Ray pressing heal. Oh, and a lasso onto CE. Unstable Concoction being channeled. Beautifully layered stuns and the Echo Stomp just to keep any would-be's back. Tinker in the dirt for 100 seconds. Doesn't fight back. We've got the buyback being used by Panzer Dragoon, but he's pretty much immediately jumped up by Teresa. The Glimmercape will keep him up just for a little bit. Cut and Paste. Moving back in. Pops that Metamorphosis. Teresa with the BKB of the spin. And the Demonic Purge is so slow. And down he goes. 2 minutes without buyback. Tinker has brought back and showed back up into the game. And it looks like CE doesn't want to let these ones fall back without a fight, but he will just have to watch as they beat a hasty retreat. X-Rack though with this continual split push, trying to push in the bottom lane. AC has made himself known, shoving it back with that anchor smash. So just a game of die. Oh no, X-Rack, yep, he's been found. 1 multicast and a second. I think there were 6, 7 fire blasts there. The shell goes in, big throw. Oh, nice Manta running through the tree. And no.
They even popped meta for that. No, they didn't. Don't worry. Stop it.
Oh lord, that was
rather fortunate.
That was by the absolute skin of his teeth. We do have the first Ags that has been bought here. Who does he get? Is he going to give it to? Yep. Filipino Rules gets the first tag, so going to be grabbing Tufa.
Yeah, why abduct 1 when you can grab 2? 2 for the price of 1, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems a little bit risky, though, with all of these illusions kicking around. You're never going to be able to guarantee that second one that you grab is a hero.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Although,
a Hex on the Filipino Rules went a little bit too deep and greedily. Is forced stuffed out by his buddy. We do have a multicast and a second one onto Keith. R.I.P. 7 fire blast. Yeah, that is a dieback. We've got a nice disruption coming here. X-Ray blinking forward and a Ravage to fly out from AC. I don't think that actually caught any heroes, so a little bit unfortunate.
Do have the refresher already.
Indeed they do. There's another Hex. A false promise coming through. And the second Ravage. It will hold X-Rag down. He is hexed up once more. A Gush, a laser, but of course because he hasn't taken any damage, he will just blink back out. And that Chemical Rage HP regen plus false promise means that he's going to be fine. What's not fine though is the melee racks as blinking forward. X-Rag throwing it out onto Cut Base. He's forced up down. Glimmercape up. Panzer because that would be the only one being able to get caught by that lasso, selflessly saving his carry. But X-Rag still wants more. As Cut and Paste looks like he will be able to find that TP out. Good
it's a big push on top lane. I don't think DTT can really do too much from this position. They need to push out all of the lanes simultaneously.
Yeah, they... and it's the sort of thing where... I don't know, to me it seems like a bit of a question of aggression as we've got the old rearm Hex being thrown onto Teresa. Only 1 Hex to go though. Boost blinking forwards and oh dear, there was a TP onto him with the Boost to travel level 2. Boost going to catch that unstable concoction with his face and Filipino Rules gets the kill. So...
Space created.
Absolutely. And we've got our second Ags that has been bought here by X-Rag. Excuse me. Ooh,
Yeah, and not too sure who that's going to go onto, as the stun is going to be thrown onto a whole bunch of Shadow Demon and Manta illusions that have come out from Cut and Paste illusions. This is starting to get kind of risky for both sides.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
are going to have the game
And-
broken up a little bit by a pause here.
And we do have that AC just being completed onto Teresa's Juggernaut, so the push is happening even faster from DTT, and I think that you're right, it's risky for both teams because it really is getting to that stage in the late game. 54, 55 minutes in, where if one fight goes wrong and you don't have a key buyback, the enemy team can bulldoze your base in a respawn time, and Filipino Rules getting hexed up
Philo?
as he blinks onto the base.
Not
Do they
this
have
again.
enough? He's fusing up into the air. He is fire-flying. AC right next to him, but the bat manages to find the blink out. False promise and some heals on him as Filipino Rules gets down to 110 HP. Good grief.
Yeah, he nearly outplayed it, but we've got to remember that this bottom lane for DTT missing both Raxes, so that push from the creeps is slowly going to whittle down these buildings and start working on those tier 4s if
Yeah,
they
that's,
don't address it.
That is a little bit problematic. X-Rag, though, opting to go top and shove that lane that was already onto the enemy side of the map there. So, AC scouting out the Rosh. And it looks like we might be seeing an Ags, possibly from AC with that point booster, unless we're going for something really fruity like an Octarine on Tidehunter.
Why not? Reduced cooldown on the refresher up seems good.
Yeah, absolutely. You get your 2 Ravagers a lot more frequently going for that, and the Astral Spirit just going to casually saunter on over into the pit. Oh, hey, look, there's a whole bunch of enemy here. Oh, just gets the Echo Stomp
Really
as it started,
well
super
positioned there
medic
by
away.
Compass and
But
AC.
yeah, nice TP
Stun
in
channeled.
from X-Rag. Oh,
They've got
no.
the Earth
Yeah,
Splitter.
here comes the Earth Splitter and a fleet forwards up onto the cliff from Filipino. Going to get a nice Ravage
One
out
Ravage.
as there was a Ravage in the...
Refresher
Rosh
up
getting
in
down
2
very
seconds.
low. False Promise coming out onto X-Rag. Cut and paste. He's down so low, but there's no real good value for the Sun who's already used it. Second Ravage is going to catch
Cut
on
and
through.
paste died.
X-Rag ends up going down. He is going to buy back and down onto the low ground. Now Oracle will die. There is an Omni Slash
C
going
down
off
as well.
to the side. Teresa stuck up on the cliff though, as AC and Boost, the only ones to survive for A4P. Teresa blinked up onto the cliff. A little bit unfortunate for him, but there are a multitude of 4-stars on the
Stun channel
side.
once
And-
again.
oh dear, yeah, X-Rag getting very aggressive here. Wants to clean up any kind of...
Buybacks up in 30 seconds for cut and paste if he wants to TP bottom.
Indeed, and won't respawn for another
Stun
70
channeled again.
seconds on himself. X-Rag, he's got the blink, he's blinking forward under the tier 4s, gets the stun out onto Boost, but the illusions and the acid spray are pretty much all that he's going to have, apart from, of course, wailing away on the racks in a very convincing fashion. Yeah, attacking, like we said earlier, nearly 3 times per second. That backdoor protection, be damned, he is going to be able to get this down, especially with the AC and the creeps now coming in onto the high ground. We do have that buyback on the Terrorblade now as DTT move on to the tier 4s.
Buyback.
Ooh, a one-man lasso. Buyback from Cut and Paste as Boost is brought down. Yule's up into the air, going to be able to dodge that Echo Stomp coming in. He turns around, trying to get a stun, but he died too quickly. No buyback onto
He
the
still has
Yoga.
the Omni
X-Ray
Slash.
getting down so low with those reflections and those illusions. Teresa blinking off to the side, gets off an Omni Slash, but it's only on AC. Pants him to good. Might have just given himself up as he puts the Tidehunter into the disruption. And Teresa under the fountain with the Demonic Purge, with the Soul Catcher. They need to kill that healing. What? AC Pinford so close. We've got
Aegis
the
down.
Aegis has been popped. Keith, though, eating the cheese under the tier 4s, and X-Rag hitting towers, getting sundered up.
X-Rag
4
low.
stacks onto Cut and Paste. X-Rag is being slowed down. The Terrorblade's hot on his heels. The Mana's been popped, but AC with the gush.
He
Tails
doesn't
goes
have
X-Rag.
buyback
I don't
either.
think he has buyback. Teresa is using Blade Fury to get out, and one Rax is going to be all that they manage to take as the Echo Stomp is going to slow AC down.
He's
Only
up in
just he
10
throws
seconds.
out the Greaves. He's still getting healed up. He's moving in on Keith. Manages to get out that gosh. I don't know who's holding onto the gem right now.
There's
It
no
is, in
TP.
fact, AC winding up the Echo
Yeah.
Stomp, but it's cancelled out by a beautiful disruption. Keith comes out, gets chunked out. Filipino Rules on top, gets a 2-hero lasso as Cut and Paste is still in the area. We've got a Glimmer onto Panzer Degree. CE shows up. We've got a Hex coming out onto Filipino Rules, blinking down to the low ground, but he will get Yule stuff. AC blinking up onto the high ground, following him. Yet another Demonic Purge out onto Filipino. He is Fireflied up into the air. That bouncing ledge is going to
Buyback
bring him
on
down,
hit.
and yet another gem
deal with this
on the
mid push.
dirt. And Teresa,
Sorry, the bottom push.
He's found AC, and yeah, this bottom push, it's too much to deal with. And, Omni Slash with a BKB coming out, but CE had that Ghost Scepter. Nice blink out there by Teresa, immediately followed by CE. He's gonna rearm, re-blink, didn't get that Hex out quite in time as the Blade Fury is coming out from Teresa. Gonna go ahead and blink up onto that high ground, but cut and paste, he can smell blood in the water. He is gonna have to content himself with killing some illusions. Good grief, what a protracted fight. I'll show the fight recap, but literally all that's showing is the Tidehunter kill.
Yeah, it's one of those weird bugs, I guess, with the way the Dota works. I guess a couple of seconds in between the kills and won't register them, but that's a tier 2 tower in mid lane still standing, but not for long as Terrorblade starts working on it. But Panzer Dragoon and Cut and Paste working their way top lane. They start
I
illusions
love
as
this
Metamorphosis
move.
down as
There's
well.
the Manta, Metamorph, conjured some images, moving in one from the mid lane as well. Some Shadow Demon illusions to boot. The forklift comes out, and this is a very optimistic Omni Slash coming out from Teresa. He does, I think, have that Axe on him, so it's a short cooldown, but he will get perched up, slowed down by the Skadi. There's the False Promise, but there's an awful lot of damage coming in, and he hasn't put the Healing Ward down. He's going to be able to blink out, but the bouncing lasers onto Ramen Lord and to Keith, and a second bouncing laser. Both of them go down, and the Fountain Regen with the Healing Ward was enough. We've got a buyback from our Oracle there, as X-Ray gets a nice stun onto Panzer Dragoon, but Cut and Paste only too happy to keep going with about 8 illusions, I think, and bouncing lasers to boot. Teresa moving forward, popping that BKB once again, trying to bring the fight to Panzer Dragoon and spinning to boot, but that Skadi cuts right through his spell immunity, going to buy back, and Cut and Paste wailing away on those tier 4s because they still haven't brought the tier 2 down, which does still have backdoor protection. Getting used up in nice 4-staff with 1 Ravage, 2 Ravage, Filipino rules brought down by the missile. X-Rag will be murdered as well. Panzer Dragoon nicely off to the side, and Teresa with that false promise, a second false promise onto the Juggernaut. He's going to be able to get out this final tier 4. It's about half HP as Cut and Paste moving towards it very meaningfully. No buyback on the ET, no buyback on the Alg, and Filipino rules getting perched up there, using himself, trying to just get down some fire, but it's not going to be enough. This Ancient is falling.
Yeah,
A4P.
we go Teresa, and then the GG is called.
Yeah, as Juggernaut bouncing around it. A4P take game 1 in this best of 2. Guys, I have been Sissant, joined by Praetorian for this DB Esports. If you want more of me, you can find me as Sissant on Twitter and on Twitch and on YouTube. Pray, where can we see more from you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Praetorian Dota 2, and just a quick shout out before we go out to production to, of course, our sponsors, the National Academy of Technology, as well as Digital Bunker Esports. And production will tell you a little bit more about those in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll throw it back over to our production team right now. Don't go anywhere, guys, because we've got plenty more Dota coming up.
Thank you guys for taking us through that game. Sissant and Praetorian taking you through an epic game 1 between A4P and DTT. It just gets better from there though, folks. That is only game 1. This is a best of 3 series. DTT, of course, the last time these two teams played in the upper bracket, went to a game 3 as well. A4P took game 1. That was a 70-minute game back then. DTT came back 2 25-minute stomps the next 2 games. They certainly came back strong. Can they do it again? That is the big question. Like Sissant and Praetorian mentioned, before we get into Game 2 though, we do have to obviously acknowledge our sponsors. The National Academy of Technology, they fronted up the entire $2,500 prize pool. So if you know any friends that are into web design, game design, app design, all that cool stuff, make sure you check out the link below for the National Academy of Technology. Of course, Kai Studios has brought you this production. And if you're enjoying the production, make sure you like us on Twitch at twitch.tv/Kai Studios, as well as on Facebook. You can just search Kai Studios and you'll get us from there. Make sure you use the hashtag ANZDota2, and then you can we'll give you the shoutouts on stream if you're tweeting using that hashtag. Also, there's free Steam gift cards. There's so much happening. You'll see Moobot is constantly throughout the games chucking up links. You can get yourselves a free $20 gift card just for entering. Who doesn't like free money? But as we move towards Game 2, we'll throw to a quick ad from the National Academy of Technology. Like I said, if any of this interests you, the link is right below. We will see you just in a moment.
first impression when I walked into the National Academy of Technology was the amazing view from the top floor that made me think maybe I was in the wrong place at first.
Convenient, considering it's right next to the station. It's generally quite quiet, so it's a good environment to study in.
The staff that I met were really great and put me at ease, and then it was comfortable, yeah.
I'd already established that I wanted to come here through a friend who was talking about basically the quality of the studies that were here and the things that I could benefit from it. And it was just a really cool vibe. The people here were really down to earth, and it's easy to see them as colleagues more so than you do teachers, which is something that I really like.
First thing I noticed was pretty quiet. The games, the Street Fighter, the arcade games were pretty cool to see around when you first walk in.
The skills I was most looking to pick up here was actually about app design, because I've got notepads filled with different ideas.
I think for me the biggest thing is I've always been design focused, so it's trying to find the skeleton to go with, what you see, instead of being the one that fixes things, be the one that can actually create as well.
I'm actually a games designer by trade. I came here with the intention of learning how to do web design, basically create websites for my future game projects.
The thing that attracted me to the academy here was the idea that I could actually create the websites and apps that I had in my head, rather than just imagine cool things that could exist and then hope that someone else would do them. That here they said, no, you can actually become that person, and in a relatively short time.
I think everything about the course really applies to the things that you deal with in real life. I mean, everyone uses mobile phone apps and websites and things like that. Everything that you learn ends up being something that's applicable to everyday life, which is awesome.
I found Ishbel really helpful. He's helped me get back on track and feel supported. No question's a silly question. More the ones that you don't ask.
Yeah, if I email it, I always get a response within 2-3 minutes.
There's definitely heaps of potential for you to do whatever you want, I mean, the skills to create a website is one thing, but creativity side of things is up to you.
Sometimes people are fearful of what they don't know or understand, and once you get past that barrier, it's the sort of learning environment and course where it's about learning. No silly questions. You're no longer fearful. You look at the whole instead of step by step.
It's not only the fact is the course actually really good and it teaches me the things that I needed to be taught, but it's a really friendly vibe. So not only do I come here and learning things, but I'm also getting friends as a result as well, and lifelong contacts.
I don't think I'd have to try too hard to convince anyone to study here if they've got an idea of something they think that should be out in the world, something that should exist on the internet or a piece of technology. I would find out what that is, and then I would help them see how they could actually be the creator of that idea rather than just the dreamer of it and think that they'll have to wait till someone else does it. That they could bring that into reality is the thing that I think would really draw people here.
Hey, my name's Heidi and I'm travelling in from Junction Village.
My name is Tyson and I am coming from Windsor in South Melbourne.
Hi, my name's Ray. I'm from Noble Park, Melbourne.
Hey, my name's Dick and I'm from St Kilda.
Hi, I'm Dave and I'm from Heidelberg Heights. Thank you very much.
You'll be my holy ground. You forever I'll follow. In immortality, I can see you and
Alrighty guys, welcome back in. We are just patiently waiting for Game 2 to start. Technically, DTT does have 5 minutes to kind of like chillax between Game 1 and Game 2, so they're using all that time. They currently have 4 in the lobby. I think one guy's just got a net issue, or at least that's what X-Ray said in the lobby. So, the Filipino rules, maybe that was why perhaps there seemed to be a disconnect between maybe him and some of his other teammates in that first game, maybe some net issues, perhaps being the downfall of them there. If you are watching and you want to win some cool stuff, well, it's pretty easy to do. Moobot is constantly spamming out links in the chat. You can win yourself a free $20 gift card thanks to DB Esports. Of course, if you want to support DB Esports, you can find them on Facebook and Twitter. Their links will come up soon. I mean, if you want, Facebook is Digital Bunker Esports, and you can catch them on Twitter at DB Esports Dota 2. All you've got to do is like and then chuck out that hashtag ANZ Dota 2, support the scene, have your 2 cents worth. We are still waiting, like I said. In fact, no, we do have 5 players in the lobby. We actually have a different player that isn't, Filipino rules is back. So David is back, which I think is good news for DTT. Of course, that is their original 5, or their initial 5 that they've played most of this tournament with. So this game should be underway in the next couple of minutes, in the next minute even. Until then, we'll throw you to the waiting screen. Who's going to win Game 2? Let us know in chat. Oh, thank you for tuning in. My name is Ride Hunter, and you are watching DB Esports ANZ Qualifiers.
I'll never forget this day. I'll never forget this day. I'm gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I'm cursed by every day.
Dire team pick.
Shadow Demon. Tidon.
Radiant team pick.
Alrighty then, hey guys, what's up? Welcome to Game 2 of DTT vs A4P in the DB Esports ANZ League Qualifiers. I am Sizzin, being joined by Prey, and Prey, what a Game 1 we had.
Yeah, amazing Game 1, but broken up a little bit by pauses. Looks like DTT has elected to change their offlaner Filipino rules, being put down, really David being subbed back into the side as Filipino rules was actually a stand-in. So might see if that changes up a little bit in terms of their style, or maybe if they have a little bit of extra success with that. So the bans, A4P going back in for the Meepo ban. I as I said in game 1, I really like this.
Yeah, it's way better to just like it's not that Meepo is a hero that can't be dealt with, right? It's just that when you ban it out, yeah, you use one of your phase 1 bans, whatever, they still wound up with the Shadow Demon, and it's just, you can completely put it out of your mind. You don't need to worry about being Meepo'd.
Yeah, pretty much, and it looks like it's going to be a David Tidehunter. We've seen this a few times from DTT. They just pick up a Tidehunter first phase and just be like, yeah, whatever. David likes the hero. It's a very simple hero to play, as we did see it last game as well. It's just so hard to take down, especially in that late game kind of stage where you do have a lot of HP, and well, Kraken Shell is really annoying to deal with, as well, A4P's grabbed up a Shadow Demon Juggernaut. So Shadow Demon once again going towards Panzer Dragoon, I presume. Is this the smartest move?
I mean, they're similar drafts, right? Like, we're still getting a Huskar band out because there's still a Dazzle in the first phase pick. We're still having the Luna band in response to the Shadow Demon. I mean, honestly, this will be, I think, the third best of 3 that I've seen A4P in, and Panzer Dragoon has honestly been really impressing on the Shadow Demon. Consistently at the bottom of the net worth charts, but Shadow Demon, I feel, is a hero that you really can bring to bear, even with the bare minimum of net worth.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you do only just need, like, XP and, like, maybe, what, like, 1k net worth? And, like, you can go from there all the way into about 60 minutes into a game and be completely fine, still have game impact.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
insane.
Just like, what, like Wand, Brown Boots, a Windlace if you're feeling really saucy, and then Smoke Wards, Dust, like just all of the good little support stuff. And I really do, I mean, yeah, he's been sort of nerfed directly and indirectly in the in-between patches recently, with the illusion damage to buildings being the most recent one, I believe. But
yep.
He's still, because he is such a selfless 5 position, I feel like it's still worth drafting first, because it frees up A4P, in my opinion, to pick up a greedier 4 position.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting ban, though, from DTT. Going for the first phase ban on the Tinker, which he played a magnificent Tinker last game, and
Absolutely.
the Ogre, which is a bit of an interesting one, as, I mean, Boost did a pretty damn good job early on with those rotations on the Ogre Magi, but I kind of feel like not banning the Shadow Demon over banning out the Ogre may be a bit of a misstep here.
It seems like maybe a little bit too reactive of a ban. And it certainly, to me, is worth showing respect here. Like the Meepo ban, like the Tinker ban, but is this perhaps DTT just looking at where that game went wrong and saying, okay, so this, that, and the other fell apart, but a big part of it was that Ogre. A big part of it was those early rotations that he was able to do, all of the lane bullying that a position 4 could get away with. I mean, yeah, it seems a little bit odd to me, and we're gonna... I feel like I've seen this draft before.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's insane. I mean... gosh, some call-outs happening in chat. EJ, Illusion Jesus, calling out to Reza, or account boosting. A bit of an interesting one. Try not to keep that too far in there, but still a bit of an interesting one, as he is wow.
Yeah, that is a startling accusation to be thrown around. Teresa, though, not being able to handle the Juggernaut this game, that one will be grabbed up by A4P. So between the Jug and the Terrorblade, this is going to be, I'm guessing, a mid lane Juggernaut safe lane Terrorblade.
For sure. I mean, this is actually
You
going to be
wouldn't
so
do it
hard.
the other way round.
Yeah, I mean,
Seconds remaining.
there was a time for about maybe a week or so that there was a guide out on how to play Terrorblade mid. It was a bit of an interesting one, but
I mean, I think that it can work.
Much more acceptable.
I think that it can work in the situation if, say, you are against a mid hero like Jug, or if I dare to go as far back as when PA was a popular mid pick, and you sort of go a more reflection heavy skill build. I can kind of see it working, but yeah, it seems a little bit bold to me. The Earth Spirit pick coming out from DTT though, and Omni Knight. So, spell immunity abounds between the Blade Fury and the Repel. A4P going to be able to go absolutely as ham as they want. DTT yet to pick their safe lane carry, though.
No slaughter either, so probably going to be looking at something like the Lifesteal, I presume.
That could be good. I was thinking maybe like a Diffusal Blade carrier. Could we see maybe a position 1 Void? It doesn't really work all that well with the puck, does it?
PL would probably be a much better pickup, but into a Shadow Demon, I'm not too sure if that's the smartest move.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. Oh, I like the Cling Span. That would have worked well. I do love that. It's always a learning experience of watching the teams at the meaty end of the tournament like this, or it gets to the 5th pick, and I'm just sort of with my puny play-by-play brain like, oh, what 5th pick would be good? And then I see the ban, I'm like, oh yeah, that would have worked. So Timbersaw is going to be rounding out the draft for A4P. We are guessing an off-lane Timber.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be extremely hard if the Shadow Demon and Omni Knight do rotate down to that lane. I mean, as we did see fairly early on last game, the cut and paste Terrorblade did basically spend most of his time with either only one support in lane or with no supports in lane. So we could be seeing potentially a lot of ganking to that mid lane, especially with that the disruption into purification setup with the support duo, and with a Timbersaw there as well. Repel on Timbersaw is going to be fairly interesting, but it's going to be a Sven actually being picked up into the Timbersaw. Not too sure if they want to go for that.
Yeah, seems like a little bit of a flavorful pick here for Teresa, and right before we get into the match, we will throw it right back over to production.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. Sizzand and Praetorian, of course, they're going to be taking you through what is to be game 2 of 3. If you are just tuning into the stream, make sure you let us know who you think's going to win in chat, but also make sure you stick around for the second game of the night after this best of 3 is finished. We do have the 5th, 6th playoffs and prize money in it as well. So, game number 2, like I said, if you didn't hear me earlier, these two teams have played each other in the upper bracket. During that stage, DTT did take that game after dropping the first. Can they do it in the second game? We'll find out now.
And away we go in game for DTT versus A4P. Game 2 in this best of 3. A4P leading 1-0. And X-Rag getting some wards down, playing on the Earth Spirit. The other players that we have here, we are going to have David, the player who was traded in, missing in game 1. We'll see, like you were saying, how much this change to the roster is going to be a difference in play. Ramen Lord on our Dazzle, Puck being handled by Keith, and Teresa taking that Sven. Meanwhile, on A4P, Panzer Dragoon once again handling the Shadow Demon. I can't get enough of it. Cut and paste, again reprising his role on that Terrorblade. And the Omni Knight being played by AC. Timbersaw will be handled by Boost. And CE will be playing out mid lane Juggernaut. Praetorian, any bold predictions for this game?
I mean, not really. It feels like, well, I mean, the carry matchup in terms of like the Juggernaut versus the Sven is it's favored towards the Sven, but well, there's 3 heroes on A4P that take farm and then use it quite well, but there's only kind of like 1.5 on DTT. Is the way to put it. So like if this does go to that mid to late game phase, you know, where BKBs are going to come out, or just, you know, Omni Knight Repel dealing, getting rid of most of that damage that might be coming out from Keith, as roll in onto CE.
Oh dear, CE getting caught out, throwing out that Blade Fury to start things off, getting some nice damage onto X-Rag actually, as the salve is dropped off to him because he did pick up that bounty, able to grab that in very short order. So he's going to be in fighting shape. Keith, though, opted to get some tangos brought out, and I think that's just a little bit of personal preference there. So yeah, as we sort of go later on into the game and we are looking at Omni Slashes coming out from CE, having that 20 armor on tap from the Warcry is going to do a world of good, and it looks like we are going to see a bit of a 2-1-2 lane coming out from A4P here, and David on our Tidehunter just starting off in the jungle with that Iron Talon.
Yeah, and honestly, this is probably the smartest move up against this this tri lane that A4P does have. I mean, you don't really want to be going into Disruption, into Purification with a Terrorblade throwing Metamorphosis damage all over you. It's certainly not the funnest lane of all to really, you know, contest in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about it's like, yes, Tidehunter is tanky. Yes, if you start off with the Ring of Protection and Kraken Shell, yeah, you block a fair amount of damage, but the damage, even just from the level 1 Metamorphosis, the burst coming out from the Purification, like, it's a lot of damage to contend with, even for a Tide. So I do like this sort of more conservative play, putting the Tide in the jungle, though it does free AC up to just run around and cause havoc down in the bottom lane, and Boost is going to be very happy to have that Purification back up there. As, ooh, nice roll forward, does throw out the Whirling Death. There's that Purification X-Ray getting caught down solo. The Repel's out on Boost, but Ramen Lord wailing away at him. Teresa's even showing the Whirling Death will get him the kill, as he does end up trading his life. AC getting stunned up by Teresa, running away the Shadow Wave, answered by the Purification, and AC will end up getting brought down here. Ramen Lord picking that one up, and that's just the worst case scenario. Like you said, popping the self, thought that he would be able to scoot away from that one, but that just is not the case.
Yeah, and as I said in the draft, because of, well, as I said before, because David went to jungle first up, it really does free up AC to rotate bottom lane and just do Omni Knight things with the Timbersaw, and really helped him there to secure that first blood, although he did go down.
Yeah, so they did end up trading 2 for 1 there, but I mean, they didn't get the Sven, they just got one of the supports. Not 100% sure about how worthwhile they're thinking that trade is, as David does now show his face in the top lane with level 2 in that Anchor Smash here. So that damage reduction is lovely against the Terrorblade, of course.
Yeah, for sure, and well, the pull that has occurred here, David's actually way out of XP range for it as well, so not too sure why he's positioned so, I guess, defensively on the left-hand side of the lane.
Yeah, well, he's going to spot it out now, though, so David going to be happy to soak some of this up. He's only level 3, but he can do a fair bit about this as Panzer Dragoon, trying to dissuade him with that Shadow Poison. CE in the middle lane, he's hit level 4, has got that healing ward now, so his sustainability is through the roof. He shouldn't need any more rotations from AC's Omni Knight to heal him up.
Yeah, and just a quick look at the CS chart. It's, well, I guess that mid lane, it's a bit of an interesting one, as, well, I mean, Juggernaut's action is damn good. I mean, you just say that, I mean, you just walks casually around, gets that CS, and Keith, also on very similar CS, as he will just push out that wave, but he actually misses that last hit on the range creep.
That is always a little bit rough to see.
It's always quite crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that illusory orb, we've been seeing it a little bit. I don't think he quite got it there, but getting a couple of creeps low, throwing that illusory orb out, and getting some harass on C at the same time, really playing efficiently. Actually, he's just gonna stop doing it to prove me wrong and give away that deny the range creep. So we'll stop casters cursing him now.
I'm sure A4P definitely want us to continue talking about Keith on his puck, but David has pulled across on top lane. Cut and Pest is quite low. He is the current CS leader, although he doesn't actually have any kill participation at the moment. Boost just grabbing the wave that was pulled across.
I like this sort of aggression coming out from Boost, getting right up into Teresa's grill, because you can see that there aren't any other supports here. So really playing in the shadows, DTT not showing their Earth Spirit not showing Ramen Lord either at nighttime. So, I mean, CE, he's been forced behind the tier 1, but they do need to be a little bit careful here when they can't really get any vision on the enemy team.
Yeah, but again, you are trying to gank Juggernaut. It's one of their hardest heroes to gank. It's very similar. Oh, here we go.
Oh, and indeed, he is throwing out that Blade Fury onto Keith. The illusory boy
Yeah,
after there was no jaunt. Keith throwing out that Waning Rift. We've got the roll in from X-Rag and a kick and a Dream Coil to boot. As
Still got
CE just going to
healing
content himself with getting a couple of last hits there, and that's going to be just about all that she wrote. So one thing that has changed with subbing Darva in is that X-Rag now playing on support and Keith handling the mid lane. So we've had a bit of a role switch up, and we were, I think, talking in the draft of Game 1 just about how versatile some of the players are on the teams in this tournament.
Yeah, and it has been mentioned many times that, you know, all of these players on DTT, they're...
Oh dear, X-Rag gets it. Nice
players.
kick out with the Omni Slashes there. 2 slashes is all that CE needs, going to bottle up. Pick up that kill very nicely. I was hoping that one wouldn't brew into a full kill, so I wouldn't have to interrupt you there.
That's alright. As I was saying, a lot of the players on DTT, they're notable micro players, and they have played Meepo quite a bit. And that's kind of how they've drafted most of their games, is around that Meepo pick. But A4P have, you know, this is now 2 games in a row where they've first faced Bandit, just nullifying that potential pickup there. I mean, a lot of teams, they don't have too much experience playing up against a Meepo, so it makes a lot of sense there.
Yeah, which is perfectly reasonable, like, and showing that they're, you know, not afraid to eschew, like, finger quotes, meta bans, to just ban out a strong hero that they know will derail their game plan. And as X-Rag is rotating up top on this Earth Spirit, Darvit's soaking up a fair amount of the lane, but Cut and Paste has disappeared into the jungle, and we've got some support rotations from A4P coming down into this bottom lane, trying to contest the Sven farm, it feels.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of maneuver we saw from Game 1 from Cut and Paste. Yeah, he gets a couple of levels here and there, and then he just rotates straight away, giving that lane to either support or potentially an offlaner if they do need a little bit of extra farm on them. But Bruce having the time of his life on this bottom lane. I mean, he has died once, but he did also get that first blood, which it should be noted is quite handy to have. Sitting at 24 CS, not too bad.
Definitely doing quite well for an off-lane Timber. The CS is pretty neck and neck from 54, 50, 50, 236s, and then Boost trailing only just with 25, so not doing too badly for himself at all. He's gone ahead and maxed out the Whirling Death, putting 2 into reactive armor. No levels in Timber chain just yet. Is this just because he's up against the melee core of the Sven?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you want to maximize the amount of damage you can do up against these
Cut and Paste getting
top lane.
brought out up in the top lane, will be brought down by Darvit between a rock and a hard place there. The Tidehunter and the Earth Spirit. Nice little rotation from X-Rag, finding that with a roll and a kick, and I'm not sure if he deployed the pull as well.
Probably. I mean, he's got 4 stones left, so he could have definitely done it.
Yeah. So.
CE mid lane with the Invis rune.
Oh, yep, there goes the Omni Slash Keith with the Waning Rift. The Jaunt is not a no. It is enough. He's getting into the trees there, CE, not moving far enough now. The kick is going to be off the mark from X-Rag. Thinking that CE would juke when he instead jived. So CE gets away with his head firmly attached to his neck, very happily bottling up. Moving in here, so missed a kill on the puck, Omni Slash on cooldown, but of course forcing Keith right back to base. With the double null build, I'm by no means a puck player. Are we still going to see a quick blink here, or is this just going straight in for that Veil?
It feels like
as OG down in bottom lane, a stun on the boost as God Strength comes out from Teresa. We've got the Whirling Death chunking him down a little bit. Poison Touch flying in from Dazzle in the backlines. The Chakram has been deployed, not going to slow him down enough as Teresa will net that kill. Keith showing up just in time to get some XP from that one.
Yeah, and I mean, we do want to see this quick blink dagger coming out, but generally, yeah, it's the Helm of Iron Will is going to be picked up, so it will be that Veil Rush. It's pretty nice. I mean, there's still some magical damage on the side of DTT, but most of it is coming out from the Sven, coming into that mid-game phase.
I feel like if they can get a decent timing on X-Rag's level 6 for this Earth Spirit, then the amping up the Magnetize can always be a fight turner, but yeah, I mean, you sort of want to be able to get that blink instant waning rift onto the Juggernaut, because otherwise he's just going to spin on away, and, you know, the Omni Knight is going to repel, so I feel like banking on the magical damage is a little bit questionable here, but again, like I said, I'm far from the puck player. I'm happy to leave this one to the experts.
That's fair enough, but we are going to see a 10-minute mechanism coming out from David, so he does have Ravage coming online in just a couple of seconds if he wants to go for a kill.
Oh lord, he's actually leading the net worth board neck and neck with Teresa, being left more or less to his own devices in the jungle, then rotating out to that lane has been very profitable for David's Tidehunter, so yeah, they're going to just be able to wheel him forwards as a huge siege engine, and I think that the go call for DTT is this level 6 on their Earth Spirit. So once they get magnetized, do they want to start picking fights then, or do they just want to keep dragging this out and stacking Ancients and farming with Sven?
I mean, I would assume that they want to get an Echo Saber and maybe even a Blink Dagger onto Teresa before going aggressive here. I mean, you really do need this farm advantage. And
oh dear, and speaking of aggressive, AC with the repel on him, but David, who is not going to chase him into the forest, just happy to dive the tier 1, is now going to go and cut the lane. CE, though, moving forward with the Blade Fury onto Keith, who has popped that Arcane Rune. Let's keep it in, and that is enough to scare CE back. They do have Coil, and the spin is down, but CE does still have Omni Slash, and they have precious few creeps to work with here. So there's the Veil out. The spell damage is quite high right now, but Teresa has stacked up quite a few Ancients with that old Helm of the Dominator, has now been blocked out by Panzer Dragoon on our Shadow Demon. So nice little heads up play there, blocking out that Ancient stack and sort of throttling Sven's farm a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but again, it's a quad sack. Yeah, it's a quad sack still.
Oh, good grief.
There for her, for the Sven. So it's still a good. It's about 4 kills worth of gold available to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the fact that they managed to get 4 stacks before that ward went down is definitely to DTT's favour, nicely putting a lot of early emphasis on that, and we are going to see the full Echo Saber flying out to Teresa now. So between the Warcry, presumably going to put the God Strength on it as well, and that Echo Saber is going to be able to farm that stack up very nicely, flanked by these 2 supports down bottom. It looks like they're trying to shove the lane out. I'm not 100% sure what these rotations from A4P are aiming to do. Panzer Dragoon, it looks like he's trying to stack up a little bit, and they're just giving some XP to AC here. So A4P
bottom
really
lane,
playing
though.
this one slowly as the kick comes out onto boost. There's the Magnetize as well. A Timber Chain back. A Chakra comes out. The Purification actually keeping it off as X-Ray getting down stupidly low. Does still have that weave on him, and the Repel onto boost is going to stop any further damage. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the most ideal, I guess, usage of God Strength.
No, indeed it wasn't. Isn't going to be available for that Ancient stack now, so tiny bit unfortunate there that they didn't kill. It looked like a sure thing, but very timely rotation in there from AC, I must say.
Guardian Groove's 13.5 minutes into the game on David. If he gets the courier in the next couple of seconds, looks like it will be brought out right now.
Oh, good grief, having gone straight for those Greaves. So, I mean, what's the benefit of having the full Greaves over just the mech and the Arcane Boots? Is that armor aura against a Juggernaut Terrorblade lineup? Is it that worth rushing?
I'm pretty sure it dispels the Whirling Death stat loss, but...
Ooh, CE spinning in the middle lane, X-Rag moving in, and we do have a weave coming in from Ramen Lord, but CE playing this one just a little bit cautiously.
Yeah, and as I was saying, like, there's not too much to really dispel on this from A4P, so bit of an interesting choice to forego as X-Rag bottom.
Oh dear, I 100% missed that one. CE finding a kill with the DD and the Omni Slash, Earth Spirit dropping before I even realised what was going on. So very nice quick pick there found by CE.
That was interesting. I'm not too sure why X-Rag really wanted to go for that rune there. And especially up against a level 11 Juggernaut, it's not exactly the healthiest thing in the world to be a solo support.
Yeah, that happened. So Teresa doing a little bit of pushing down bottom, but will end up falling back because I sort of want to touch on briefly, there's been a lot of playing off the map happening from both teams, hiding their support, so we've been seeing a lot of tempered aggression, like just then, Teresa moving up, hitting the tower a couple times, then falling back just because they don't know where the enemy team is. So like, how important is this sort of covert plays? We do have a smoke coming into the Rosh pit here.
Yeah, it's actually like we'll just drop that ward there, but you know, they've got the Guardian Grizz available as well as the Ravage. They really want to get this this bottom tier 1 tower. Boost actually went in for an Aether Lens.
And that is going to get gushed up. The chain will get cancelled by a nice kick there. Silenced, illusory orb, the entire kitchen sink thrown at him. So we'll call that a successful smoke gank and warding mission. Tower being taken. Keith, though, TPing mid wants to try and stop CE from getting that one, and the trade is going to be the Radiant offlane for the Dire offlane. It looks like definitely working out better for DTT, having that access to the pit and getting that nice ward down.
Yeah, that's right. They still do need to take this tier 2 bottom as well as the tier 1 mid tower down before they really do secure that Roshan control from the side of the Dire. But Blink Dagger now being picked up by Teresa as top lane.
Oh yeah, and TPing it, blinking up, revealing it onto Cut and Paste. Didn't actually get the stun out. We do have the purification here onto Cut and Paste, so getting some decent damage onto the tier 2. A couple of hundred, but nothing really to write home about.
Bottom lane though.
Teresa doesn't want to let this one go. Cut and Paste showing back up down into the bottom lane. Teresa blinking forwards, and it looks like we are just going to have a full disengages over in mid. Keith, he's invis. There's the Veil. There's the Waiting Rift, the Illusory Orb, the Dream Coil as well. See, he gets the... Oh! Got the healing ward down. I guess he couldn't really Omni Slash with the phase shift, so nice rotation there from Keith, putting that invis into good work.
Yeah, and, well, with that, the aggression from onto the top lane with that tier 1 tower going down. Not too sure if Cut and Paste wants to continue pushing for potentially a tier 2. There is the Omni Knight mid lane though.
So we are seeing a little bit of we are seeing a little bit of a deviation in terms of the item build from Cut and Paste in this game too, going straight in for the Boots of Travel Rush after the Dragon Lance, presumably Yasha to follow. So A4P, are they just aiming to split the map up and slow this down, knowing that they have 2 cores versus the single core Sven?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you look at the side of DTT and you look at the side of A4P, you know that if A4P take it, you know, to around that 40-minute mark where magical damage is just gonna naturally scale off quite a bit in comparison to, say, physical damage, then you're gonna do quite well for yourself and...
Absolutely.
Mid lane.
And yeah, Boost. Oh, nice Chakram. Nice 2-man whirling deathbed blinking forward. We do have a Godstraith coming in. Teresa put in the, oh dear, Omni Slash as well. Pants of good silence up. See, starting to spin. There goes the Ravage. It's connecting on quite a few of them. Boost thrown up in the air. Teresa turning around, chucking him down. We got the Shallow Grave. The Magnetize now being deployed as a coil onto 3. Cut and Paste turning and trying to fight, but he's been silenced up by Keith. He can't get a Sunder out. Stunned up by Teresa as well. A triple for Teresa. Exrag finding the kill onto our Cut and Paste there. And Teresa blinking forward, taking the healing ward down to boot. And excellently executed team fight there.
Yeah, not too sure if Cut and Paste really should have joined that fight, but you know, he did, and I guess he paid the price for it.
Yeah, he moved in, wanted to save his buddies, couldn't get the Metamorph out, couldn't get the Sunder out. These silences by Keith have been on point, and with this Blink Dagger now picked up as well, is very useful indeed, and it is going to be Boots of Travel across the board. Teresa going to be able to keep up here on the Sven.
Yeah, I personally really like this build on Sven, going for those early BOTs. It just allows a little bit faster movement around the map as the Stone Kick will actually miss Repel being thrown out once again onto Boost.
Yeah, splitting the wickets right there, and Boost, that's not how Timber Chain works. You need to shoot that at trees, so there's a little PSA for all of those guys playing from home. Gonna have a little bit of a fallback here from DTT as they look to farm up the jungle a bit before the next push. Everyone from A4P respawning. They won't have Omni Slash for about half a minute, but apart from that, pretty much every ult on A4P being ready, still 1 minute away for the Ravage, and that was a disruption on some Terrorblade in the middle lane. So we've got multiple Terrorblades. C is repelled up.
We have a Blink Dagger on David.
And David, there's the blink forward, gets the gush out, the anchor smash as well, but he's going to decide to fall back. Cut and paste with the reflection, popping the metamorphosis boost. Moving forward, we've got the repel onto cut and paste here, putting himself in line for the tower. Keith blinking forward, gets again that nice waiting rift on a 2-man stop by Teresa. The Guardian Angel wasn't quick enough to save the Juggernaut. Tinder's chain forwards as we do have a disruption coming out onto Panzer Green. Cut and paste sitting on the side, trying to throw out the damage, but Tinder's all end up going down as the magnetizes deploy David and will be repelled up, question mark. Maybe a little bit of a misclick there as Teresa and Keith both blinking forward onto cut and paste. David will find a kill off camera and Teresa with a double 4 for nothing. They committed quite a few spells there, but they didn't even need the Ravage to take that fight.
Yeah, but they did need the Blink Dagger though, clearly.
That was, the Blink Daggers coming out from DTT. The old little bit of common knowledge that the casters like to wheel out, which I'll do to try and make myself sound a bit more knowledgeable. It is a stronger item the more of them that you have on a team. So the more that you get, the more that the entire team can really rotate and maneuver around a fight. So there's no real clear-cut initiator anymore when all 3 of these cores from DTT can just jump on top of whoever they want.
Yeah, and that is truly the strength of the lineup. Is I just quickly had to sneeze there. It truly is the strength of the lineup on DTT. I'm still not too sure if they want to drag it too late up against A4Ps. It looks like they will just go straight in for Roshan. They do have the Ravage that is now off cooldown. They don't have the Magnetize for another 20 seconds. If the side of A4P did rotate straight away towards it, they could definitely have contested it.
Yeah, I think that the Magnetize is a fair amount of that magic damage that is coming out from DTT now, and with the old Weave and the... I like this pickup from the Medallion on Ramen Lord. We're not seeing it quite so much now as we did back in its heyday because of the reduced effectiveness against Rosh, but every little bit helps, and we're going to see a relatively quick BKB coming out from Teresa. And the thing that I like about the item pickups that we're seeing here from DTT, the massed up Blink Daggers, the Veil being used to really amp up X-Rag's spell damage, I mean, as well as Puck's own spell damage, like, it shows a good deal of team cohesion here from DTT, which, I mean, they're really sort of taking this game too by the short and curlies, taking a 15k lead by 20 minutes. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, I mean, it really is in stark contrast to last game where we saw a bit of a mixed match coordination from the side of DTT.
Definitely. So, just a case of, pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. The end of game 1, it's, yep, alright guys, we screwed up several things there, and sort of presumably having some kind of pep talk and turning it right around. David, though, going to find Panzer Green. There we do have the Soul Catcher laid out, as well as the Disruption, but there was no Shadow Poison, so David is able to blink right out of that. Actually, no, now that I say that, does the Shadow Poison, I know that it counts the stack while you're inside the Disruption, but does it deal the damage while you're in there?
The initial damage? No, you're actually invulnerable to damage. It's similar to the Imprisonment, where...
Okay. So he would have been able to blink out regardless.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think the easiest way to deal with that kind of stuff is to, I guess, have Radiance. That's like the only thing you can really use to cancel out Blink Daggers.
Oh, and Keith, he's found yet another Invis, stalking out CE once again. Yep, Veil, Waning Rift, Illusory Orb, the coil dropped just for good measure, and X-Rag decides, yeah, I'll take that one. Gonna deploy the old geomagnetic grip there, and down goes CE. There has been a little bit of split push, so Cut and Paste does claim the mid tier 1, but it looks like A4P are going to lose their tier 2 in the top lane.
Yeah, and with this fresh BKB onto Razor, also has Aegis and BOTs. Looks like it's just going to BOT to mid lane and push it back out again, as DTT feeling very confident in the fact that they can secure this top tier 2 tower without a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. They've gone and put down the Uber ward with the Sentry to boot. A smoke rotation coming out from A4P towards the bottom lane. I'm not 100% sure who they hoped to catch because, like you said, DTT were just posting themselves around that top tower and wailing away at it. And it looks like we are going to have a bit of a high ground threat in here. They do still have that Aegis. They've got every ulti bar the Dream Call, and even that is up in 20 seconds. So no more tier 2 standing for the side of A4P, and DTT getting very close to drawing this one out to a 1-for-1.
Yeah, they are certainly tightening the noose around A4P, as there is a smoke up pretty much outside the base of A4P.
Nice defensive weave. Teresa blinking up, doesn't get the stun onto CE. Nice itchy trigger finger there, gets the Blade Fury out. So we do have the full Solar Crest now onto Teresa. Going to make this Sven even harder to go on. Has pretty much an infinite amount of armor with that weave ticking up as well. Chakram is flying in. He's got to go ahead and pop the God Strength. So I love this positioning. Everyone just hiding behind the siege engine of Teresa as he wails away on the tower. Blinking forward, Dava gets out a nice Ravage, connects onto Pipistrel Teresa. Blinking forward, getting a stun onto AC Puppy. His own pick can be the Purification's got to come out as well as the Repel. But Shadow Demon dies off to the side. The Guardian Angel is only just in time to save Omni Knight's own skin. We've got a buyback from our Timbersaw as it looks like Cut and Paste trying to do a little bit of split pushing down in the bottom lane, but the racks are already being savaged here. As Blinking forward, nice stun, nice kill. That is a
There's no
buyback
mana left
from
and Cut and
Boost,
Paste on the bottom lane. He can't TP back.
Oh, so this is a little bit all or nothing. Having deployed the Metamorphosis for that, they do take the mid-melee racks, and then DTT are going to all fall back, start TPing out. They want to get this kill on Cut and Paste. The Illusory Orbs flying out. Nice little jaunt there by Keith as Darvit moving up. He's got a Blink Dagger very shortly. Yule's onto our Terrorblade. He's going to try the TP out, and they... Oh my goodness.
Smart.
He actually... So smart. What a player. Teresa, though, finding more and more kills up in the base. AC once again magic immunity himself up. Panzer throwing out the Demonic Purge onto Teresa, who is going to content himself with hitting the racks. Nice kick in there from X-Ray.
What is this kick going on?
Yeah, I thought that was going to connect, but then it just sort of split the wickets and hit nothing at all. So hush my mouth there. Giving out praise just before it was due. And there's the God Strength coming out from Teresa. Moving in with the Warcry. There's the stun, the silence. That kick will hit true, and it's a monster kill for Teresa. And the kick even hit AC on the way through. So X-Rag making up perhaps for some earlier misplays. Rolling forward, showing off that Jade Immortal. And down will go the mid-racks. There are a couple of buybacks from A4P, but
they're going to rotate straight to top.
Yeah, it feels like this is about all that she wrote. And oh, another blink forward and another beautiful stun. Shadow Demon never stood a chance. Poor Panzer Dragoon, only with 2k net worth to his name. And I mean, do we mention the kill score here? Do we draw attention to this? Oh, Teresa getting down very low. Does still have that Aegis though, so it's actually going to blink out and survive.
Here we go. Yeah, just now kicking in.
Okay, and Keith blinking forward, nice Dream Core and a Silence and a Dagon. Didn't see that he picked that one up, but it is no longer 3-2-2. It's not going to make it to the 51-34 minute mark, I don't think, as DTT. They can't really be driven back from the high ground here.
They have Ravage in 10 seconds as well. Metamorphosis are up in a couple of seconds. They could potentially do one last push to defend, or they could just, I guess, give up their racks on top lane.
Just try and fight
GG.
being too... Yep, GG is the call. Teresa with a celebratory kill onto Panzer manages to get that beyond godlike, and DTT take game 2, drawing it out into a 1-for-1 in this best of 3. We move into a deciding game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whether you've been in Dota TV or the Twitch stream, thank you so much for joining us. I've been Sizzin, joined by Prey. If you want to find more of me, at Sizzin on Twitter. You can give me a follow on twitch.tv/Sizzin. Prey, where can we find some more of you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Praetorian Dota, and well, I guess we'll throw it back production.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll hand you back over to Ride Hunter now. And just before we do, another thanks to the National Academy of Technology and Digital Bunker for sponsoring this. Ride Hunter, take us away.
Well, Zoe, thank you very much, gentlemen. Game number 2, and it looks as though it is mirroring exactly what happened in the upper bracket between these two teams. DTT took 2 about 25-minute games after A4P took the initial hour-long plus game. Is history going to repeat itself, or can A4P get up and snatch that second victory? DTT, to be fair, looked like a completely different team to that first game. A lot more disciplined, seemed to take the game a lot more seriously, even. So maybe they are deciding just to take things a little bit more seriously and get that, take that W and go through. If you are holding out for the game that was meant to be played later tonight between Slap M and Indomie, unfortunately I have a bit of bad news for you. Both teams deciding not to field the team for that game, so the prize money that was going to go to 5th is going to be split half and half between 5th and 6th. So both teams couldn't field the team. They both decided to GG out. I think Battle Cup starting in like 37 minutes probably doesn't help things as well. So, I mean, let's be honest, it probably doesn't. So that game isn't going to happen. So it's only going to be the one best of 3 series tonight. So savour this last game while you can. But of course, none of these games would be possible without the funding from the National Academy of Technology. If you or your friends are into web design, game design, app design, a whole bunch of cool stuff, then feel free to click the link below and head along to academyoftech.com.au. Of course, thanks to our other partners, DB Esports, Dodaroo, and of course I'm from Kai Studios, the production company. If you're enjoying the production, head over to our Twitch, twitch.tv/Kai Studios, and our Facebook, you can just search Kai Studios. It's Kai Studios NZ if you want to type it in the URL. But speaking of the National Academy of Technology, if you have never watched this stream before for whatever reason, then you won't have seen this video. Everyone else will have. It bears repeating because, like I said, National Academy of Technology, they are the reason why this tournament is possible. They've put up all the prize money, and 76's guy is the true MVP. We'll be right back, guys.
My first impression when I walked into the National Academy of Technology was the amazing view from the top floor that made me think maybe I was in the wrong place at first.
Convenient, considering it's right next to the station. It's generally quite quiet, so it's a good environment to study in.
The staff that I met were really great and put me at ease, and then it was comfortable, yeah.
I'd already established that I wanted to come here through a friend who was talking about basically the quality of the studies that were here and the things that I could benefit from it, and it was just a really cool vibe. The people here were really down to earth, and it's easy to see them as colleagues more so than you do teachers, which is something that I really like.
First thing I noticed was pretty quiet. The games, the Street Fighter, the arcade games were pretty cool to see around when you first walk in.
The skills I was most looking to pick up here was actually about app design, because I've got notepads filled with different ideas.
I think for me the biggest thing is I've always been design focused, so it's trying to find the skeleton to go with, what you see, instead of being the one that fixes things, be the one that can actually create as well.
I'm actually a games designer by trade. I came here with the intention of learning how to do web design, basically create websites for my future game projects.
The thing that attracted me to the academy here was the idea that I could actually create the websites and apps that I had in my head, rather than just imagine cool things that could exist and then hope that someone else would do them. That here they said, no, you can actually become that person, and in a relatively short time.
I think everything about the course really applies to the things that you deal with in real life. I mean, everyone uses mobile phone apps and websites and things like that. Everything that you learn ends up being something that's applicable to everyday life, which is awesome.
I found Ishbel really helpful. He's helped me get back on track and feel supported. No question's a silly question. More the ones that you don't ask.
Yeah, if I email it, I always get a response within 2-3 minutes.
There's definitely heaps of potential for you to do whatever you want, I mean, the skills to create a website is one thing, but creativity side of things is up to you.
Like sometimes people are fearful of what they don't know or understand, and once you get past that barrier, it's the sort of learning environment and course where it's about learning. There are no silly questions. You're no longer fearful. You look at the whole instead of step by step.
It's not only the fact is the course actually really good and it teaches me the things that I needed to be taught, but it's a really friendly vibe. So not only do I come here and learning things, but I'm also getting friends as a result as well, and lifelong contacts.
I don't think I'd have to try too hard to convince anyone to study here if they've got an idea of something they think that should be out in the world, something that should exist on the internet or a piece of technology. I would find out what that is, and then I would help them see how they could actually be the creator of that idea rather than just the dreamer of it and think that they'll have to wait till someone else does it. That they could bring that into reality is the thing that I think would really draw people here.
Hey, my name's Heidi and I'm travelling in from Junction Village.
My name is Tyson and I am coming from Windsor in South Melbourne.
Hi, my name's Ray. I'm from Noble Park, Melbourne.
Hey, my name's Dick and I'm from St Kilda.
Hi, I'm Dave and I'm from Heidelberg Heights. Thank you very much.
Alrighty guys, welcome back on in to the DB Esports ANZ qualifiers. My name is Ride Hunter. We have game 3 right ahead of us between DTT and A4P. A4P taking the first game, DTT coming back strongly in the second. Who is going to take out game 3? I don't know. DTT looked very strong with David coming back in. I would imagine that they would be able to take this next game, but it still remains to be seen. Of course, that was the National Academy of Technology video. If you liked what you saw, feel free to click the link below the stream. It says DBE, it says National Academy of Technology or something like that. Click it, and it'll take you to academyoftech.com.au. You can find out a whole bunch of further information. We might have another game. We might have another series. I don't know. Like, a lot of shit is going on that I don't fully understand. So I will let you know what is happening as soon as I know what's happening. We do have a draft ready, but before we do, if this is the last game, of course you can catch the winner of this game tomorrow from 3 PM AEDT, so that's 5 PM NZST for all those New Zealanders. You can find the match ticker at joindota.com anyway, that's got the correct time on it. So wherever you are around the world, you know when that game kicks off. The winner of that's going to be playing Brain DDoS. For a chance to go to the big dance tomorrow evening, the grand final up against Big and Black. But we do have a game, A4P taking on DTT Gaming. We will jump into game number 3 right away.
Alrighty then. Hey guys, what's up? It is Sizzant here, being joined once again by Prey as we enter this deciding game in the DBE ANZ League qualifiers, and I think that it does bear repeating thanks to our sponsors, the National Academy of Technology, the proud sponsors of Australian Dota 2. If you are interested in a career in game design, or you know someone that is, go and check them out. It does go a long way to supporting the scene. Now, Prey, this deciding game, these bands, this first pick, I feel like I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, I'm having flashbacks, man. I'm having flashbacks. All we need is, some Tide Hunter. Oh, no, okay.
No,
I love the OD. And then maybe a Dazzle. No, okay. Ooh. Similar kind of hero and the Oracle being picked
yeah,
up.
we gonna be spoiled with this. I like this combo. I think that you and I have spoken at length about how much we like the OD paired with the Oracle.
Yeah, I mean, you get free Purifying Flames, basically. That's so good. All of your skills, low CD, no mana cost already, and then, you can get a chance to restore, like, all of your mana pool.
Yeah, absolutely. Just throwing out, keeping 3 stacks of Purifying Flames permanently on the OD. It is always a nice little thing to have, and the Void pick from A4P. I like the Void pick. I like how versatile of a core he is, and what I like about this is that both teams have managed to grab a core and a support, so they're keeping their drafts fairly open at this point, I'd say.
Yeah, and of course, this is turning into a bit more of a tactical draft already, but the Faceless Void pick into an Oracle, it feels a bit more of a block pick here. I mean, Faceless Void is nice, and that, he's got AoE lockdown that goes through BKB, and he can always pick up the Aghanim Scepter coming into that late game to provide that Chronosphere on a 60-second cooldown, so it's always nice to have at your disposal. But Oracle can just Fate's Edict the Faceless Void in the middle of those Chronos, or any other strong right-clicker, and just kind of sit back and laugh as they attempt to right-click and just can't.
Yes, certainly can be a bit of a bugbear. And with the ultimate as well, I mean, it's not as much of a huge problem as like the Venge swap, but being able to false promise whoever the target is in the Chrono, the false promise is going to last longer than the Chrono, so you'll know, even if they do die, if they get so much damage heaped on them that they just explode, they'll still get to cast a couple of abilities post-Chronosphere. So I agree, it does seem a little bit of a block pick just because of how well it does pair with that OD, and we are going to have the Kunkka band out, so no Kunkka SD shenanigans, and they don't want to repeat of the Darvit Tide Hunter, and I can't really blame them for that.
Yeah, it's also a really, really good hero for dealing with the Faceless Void. It's a strong, techy hero, which combos up very, very well with the OD as well as the Oracle. Of course, you do want those tanky heroes that naturally build a mechanism or something, so the Oracle doesn't actually have to go for mech. It's one of those really, really annoying items to go for, especially on a support, where, you can get just as much healing from, like, an urn or something, but, going for the mech, it's so much extra money you have to pour into it, and where you could be better spent, buying smokes or wards or TPs.
Yeah, it's that sort of thing where it does have a fairly reasonable build-up, but overall it's a fair chunk of change, and the Luna ban not even raising any eyebrows. No surprise that they don't want the Luna SD combo.
Yeah, and it's one of those bans that you just have to do whenever there is a Shadow Demon pick, and we've seen it so many times from sides all throughout this current competition. And just waiting on that last ban from A4P, it will actually be the Axe. Bit of an interesting one, as they are the team with the Shadow Demon. But it does open up the Earth Spirit from X-Rag. Now, he didn't do the best of jobs last game on the Earth Spirit.
He started hitting kicks by the end. Like,
I mean, he made up for it.
Yeah, definitely. I don't want to name and shame any one player too hard, but it cannot be argued. We have empirical evidence. I'm sure there'll be a VOD of this afterwards that X-Rag did miss more than one kick and more than one roll in that game one. But towards the end of it, really started to, I guess, get rid of the cobwebs and was hitting some nice kicks and pulls towards the end of it. So they figure that they can make it work again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just needed a quick little warm-up. I mean, he did play the carry Alchemist in that game one, so yeah, you might just have needed a little bit of a warm-up.
Yeah, little bit of a shock to the system going from having the farm priority of an Alchemist to being put onto an Earth Spirit support, so can't really blame him too hard for adjusting there, but I do like the Earth Spirit up against the Faceless Void. Of course, even with the Ags, I don't believe that you can use Geomagnetic Grip to pull allies out, but you can still drop stones inside of it, which is a nice little bonus. So Nyx is going to be the pick for A4P, and an immediate Darkseer pick by DTT. Did DTT just have their draft figured out more than A4P do?
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, Darkseer is one of those heroes that you really do want to combo up with Earth Spirit. I mean, you rolling Boulder in, you kick, and there's an Iron Shell just sitting on top of you, slowly whittling your health away, and yeah, it's also really nice to have. I mean, there's no Invis hero, but yeah, if there is, say, an Invis rune, that could be picked up by the Earth Spirit, who will be doing a lot of roaming.
Absolutely.
Like, if you're sitting there, it's what Mushi would say is it's the intelligence test.
Just how long it takes to notice your HP steadily ticking away. But yeah, that roll in by the Earth Spirit, I'm wondering if we're going to see an Orb of Venom starter from X-Rag here, because apart from the Void on A4P, of course, there aren't really that many great of escape mechanisms, and it's going to be an Alchemist.
Well, you got rid of the Luna, but the Alchemist is still there.
Yeah, so of course being able to have 4 Radiance Illusions up at once, and this is a nice little way to, I'm going to assume that Panzer Dragoon is playing the Shadow Demon again, because he does such a gosh darn nice job of it. It's a nice way to accelerate his farm as well, letting him make the illusions that do have the Radiance, and he can use those to farm up a lane by himself.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm really liking the side of DTT so far, just for how strong their lanes are. I mean, there's so much setup and there's so much kill potential in all of their lanes already. I mean,
absolutely.
I can see how it's going to be extremely hard to gank the side of A4P, but at the same time, I mean,
like OD, famously a lane bully, Darkseer famously excels at just being left alone in the off lane, and then Earth Spirit is a strong roamer on top of it. Oracle is a decent babysitter. I do like the Jug ban from A4P though. That healing ward would have been lovely to combo, and Teresa did have a fairly good show. Okay then. Okay, so there's the damage to throw into the chrono.
Yep. They were lacking a little bit of damage, and it's going to be a carry void revealed now. Wasn't too sure about the Nyx, but yeah, picking it up here, it's pretty good. It could, of course, still be a mid Nyx, though. We should notice that.
It could be mid Nyx safe lane Alk, yeah, trying to lane the Nyx up against the OD, but I mean, I don't feel like having an off lane Nyx and still just getting those levels up to get the mana burn against the OD is all that bad of an idea. So, I mean, again, some strong Ags contenders, all 4 members of A4P being very good with an Aghanim Scepter, and like we were saying, Void, it takes the cooldown down to 60 seconds for that Chronosphere, which is just lovely.
Yeah, so last pickup here for DTT, they could still safe lane the OD and pick up a mid laner here if they do want to dodge that Nyx Assassin a little bit. But I would assume that the Alchemist is gonna mid lane just because of how strong he is. But interesting pickup here is the Ursa. Strong heroes.
Yeah, this seems a little bit strange to me. I mean, he's got the overpower to go through the frost armor of the Lich. We'll see. I think a lot of this is going to come down to the laning. Before we jump in, though, we will throw it right back over to production for just one moment.
Thank you, gentlemen. As we'll get into the game, I don't know why I have my mic muted. Probably because I've been just spewing memes in chat. But we do have, again, game number 3 coming towards us. Do or die, lose and you're out, win and you are through to the lower bracket final. The big downs. It all comes down to this. A4P or DTT. Who have you got? Make sure you tell us in chat. Thank you for all those guys who have been in chat all day, keeping me interested, sitting behind the desk, just memeing in chat. Again, should be a great series between 2 teams. We are just getting into game now. Game 3 coming right at you.
And welcome back. Here, Aura. G'day, Cobber, and hey guys, what's up as we get in-game for our decider in this best of 3 between DTT and A4P. Final pick in the draft was, of course, the Ursa, which I feel is a little bit of a flavorful one. I don't really know which draft I prefer. I do love the Chrono Chainfrost combo, so I'm kind of rooting for A4P here.
Yeah, I really like the side of DTT, however, as you could probably tell just from that drafting sequence, like, they could have any kind of carry, and it would have been pretty good, I would say, I must say. I mean, they have magical damage, sure, early on, but they've got so much stronger lanes, and, like, it's insane, but I wouldn't be surprised, however, if after this Lich pick they do run something like a dual lane mid with the Lich Elk.
That would certainly secure a lot more farm. We're seeing this smoke up in the fountain once again from DTT, and some early TPs out across the board. AC as well smoked up, so ships in the night as very aggressive ward placed by X-Rag, rolling all the way over. That was pinged out, I believe that was by Ursa, though.
Yeah.
Seeing some nice sportsmanship here as the good luck have funds are called. Yeah, smoke reveal here. X-Rag just chasing him down. We've got the roll. He's going to get the slow there. Has started off with that Orb of Venom, and Teresa, eyes on the prize, runs up, gets one attack in before they see cut and paste moving down. So AC already down to half HP, and I feel like Ursa doesn't lane up too badly against the Faceless Void. It's like, yeah, you can time walk off all of the damage, but if the Ursa wanders up to you afterwards and slaps you even once, you don't lose the Fury Swipes ticker. So that's got to be a nice little silver lining there for DTT.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way that most, I guess, Ursa against Void matchups go, is Shadow Demon actually goes for the boots first build. AC is playing that, so it looks like it will be a bit of a switch up in terms of roles. With Boost, who was playing the offlane Timbersaw last game, taking up the Lich, so...
And it looks like both teams actually want to contest this top banner, and they don't want to give it away to Alk. We are going to have the Disruption come out, and another roll into AC. The Fortune's End coming through from the low ground as well. And Ramen Lord is going to get that one. DTT grabbing both bounties, and it looked like CE just pretty much abandoned ship there. Didn't want to die for the bounty rune, so had a bit of a shame giving away first blood as well.
Yeah, I mean... they didn't get either bounty rune, and that's really just crucial for the Alchemist. As Teresa looks like he's going to be going mid lane.
Yeah. We've got a mid lane Ursa to go up against the Alk Lich combo. X-Rat going to be roaming around. The off lane for DTT is going to be a solo Darkseer up against Void, and that Iron Shell is a real pain in the ass for Void. Of course, having the consistent damage over time means that he can't time walk off that burst. The Dire offlane though, A4P sticking Panzer Dragoon down in there, making a fool out of me as, once again, I called that he would be on that Shadow Demon in the draft. Like you said, swapping up their heroes here, and it will be Keith and Ramen Lord. We've got the OD Oracle lane in the safe lane for DTT.
Yeah, well, that's 6 HP regen a second on Panzer Dragoon. He's going to get Fortune's End thrown onto him.
Yeah, he's just sort of sitting there soaking up. I love the double mango start. Like, double mango with a stout shield. They can't really even shove him out of lane.
Yeah, and a lot of disruption to this top lane coming out from David as well as X-Rag. He's doing a lot of work here, forcing a lot of attention at top lane.
Moving up, getting some nice attacks onto cut and paste there, but AC only too happy to throw those shadow poisons out, those iron shells, just trading AoE spell damage here, being a real bugbear. And this is turning this mid lane into a little bit more of a one-on-one between CE and Teresa. And Teresa 7-1 to the 6-0 of CE. So pretty neck and neck in terms of last hits there.
Yeah, and we should note that in terms of CS, it's quite similar in that mid lane, as Teresa should get a little bit higher in terms of CS here. But of course, this is up against an alchemist who is always going to get a little bit extra golds in each trade.
Yeah, absolutely. The trading CS with the Alk is always going to be ineffective, and I like this from Boost. He's already stacked the hard camp up once at the 2-minute mark, so that is going to be a nice little bank for CE's Alchemist to come back to when he's good and ready. Pardon me?
Playing around a little bit with X-Rag there too. Not too sure if it's just because... There we go.
There's the roll that is going to connect. There's that Orb of Venom wailing away on him, and we do not have any mana for the Frostbar, so Boost's going to have to slowly walk away and eat a tree. X-Rag not wanting to commit the kick there seems kind of strange to me. I feel like he could have probably dove a little bit deeper and greedier for that. Probably fearing the rotations.
Yeah, I mean... he doesn't know if anyone's got TPs on them unless he's actually clicked through them, which he should have, but...
Yeah,
I mean,
which is generally good play, but...
Certainly is good play, yes. Panzer Dragoon getting low once again. Oh, not really that low. that's so annoying. Like, that high amount of regen is insane.
And he's got the full poor man's shield now, and in mid lane, yeah, Boost getting down quite low once again. See, though, casually saunters up wearing that, I believe that's the Alliance Alchemist set, so sporting some team pride there. X-Rag, though, can't be dissuaded, still hiding on the side, ready to roll into this Alk, as across the board, last hit lead is green, green, and green. DTT taking the early laning phase, as we were saying, just a whole bunch of strong lanes, and Panzer Green down bottom this time is getting very low. The Arcane Orbs flying out, yet one more Purifying Flames, and the Fortune's End are going to sort that one out for Ramen Lord. Both kills this game going his way, as up in top lane, David is going to be fine, but we do have a roll in on Ace, a nice kick as the overpower from Teresa. We've gotten some stacks up on him. The Fairy Forest not going to be enough as Teresa with those Fury swipes stacked up. He tops a couple of tower hits. That's going to be about all that she wrote. 3-0 is the score now for DTT.
Yes, right, as the PMS does get flown in for Teresa, so going to be a little bit tankier to a little bit harder to take down. Getting close and close to that level 6.
Absolutely.
It's actually going to be a bottle build coming out from the Ursa as well. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't mind this bottle pickup. It does delay his Morbid Mask by a little bit, but so the reason to me, and I might be totally off base here, he's just getting this to try and contest the runes harder, right? Because he's up against an Alk, you don't want to let him get the banner runes. So is this just DTT placing a lot more priority on contesting these runes?
Yeah, pretty much, I would believe. It's the roll in on to see. It doesn't actually connect, so no slow, but there is...
Nice kick. We do have an Earth Shock, though, the Overpower to boot, and that Orb of Venom slowing him down as he casually wanders away. Frost Blast from the side, not nearly enough to slow Teresa down, and yet another kill going the way of DTT. Really got their heads in the game for this deciding match.
Yeah, it wasn't as clean as they probably hoped to have it, but, yeah... it all ended just as planned. So
all according to Kikaku, and you're not going to turn your nose up to a kill on the opposing mid lane Alk, are you?
nah, really, is he's slowly falling quite far in terms of CS. Only getting that 16 CS compared to the 28 and 5 of Teresa.
Ooh, yeah, not only cut and paste on this safe lane Void is anywhere near the last hits from Teresa, who is the lowest out of the 3 cores on his side. So really, lane's going absolutely hell in a handbasket for A4P here.
Yeah, that's right. And level 6 Darkseer, 6 minutes into the game, exactly as he wants. Like, he's getting, he's actually out leveling cut and paste. That's so insane that he is doing that well in lane.
Oh dear, and he is nearly cresting level 7 as well.
TP mid?
As in mid lane, Teresa pops that ult, the enrage, but he will get put into the little pocket dimension of the Shadow Demon, going to be chased by his illusions, but they don't really have any more slows to be going on with there, so Teresa will skate away. No kill for him, but manages to get away with his life intact. And with this Darkseer now clipping at level 7, this is a little bit, dare I say it, of an unusual skill build, a bit of a relic of back when Wall of Replica didn't last as long at all levels. Normally we see Darkseers hitting level 6 and getting that wall, so what's the purpose behind this here, do you think?
Vacuum's always nice, just a quick little mini stun basically, and yeah, it's nice for cancelling things like TP. You really want to get that high amount of magical damage out from Ion Shell. That's why it's maxed out, and 2 levels in Surge is generally enough to get away from most things. I mean, you go from 3 to 4.5 seconds. It's adding 1.5 seconds per level. It's really nice, and the Ridge's cooldown is also super nice to have, and it's just so damn handy. I know.
Yeah, it's not really like a value point, that skill, is it?
Not really. It's one of those skills that you really do want to put multiple points into, and you do want to get that maxed Ion Shell up as quickly as possible at the same time.
And CE finding some farm here in this stack. I do think he did get scattered out, got pinged out by our Earth Spirit, but will certainly be catching up. And if we pop it over to net worth now, we can see that he is more or less neck and neck with David, but taking the early lead is Teresa, and AC finding a kill on that Shadow Demon that we were just praising. They do have a smoke rotation from DTT into the jungle, but it is just too late.
Yeah, and Arcane Boots now picked up on Oracle. This is exactly the kind of timing you want to be looking for that kind of, I guess, that item timing. It's going to be extremely hard to take down the Ursa, I feel now.
It definitely
DTT
will.
in the bottle as well.
I do love that with the Enrage on, of course, you're taking basically 0 damage from Purifying Flames, but you're still getting the full heal coming through. So we do have Panzer Dragoon. He's just clipped 6. He's got this Vendetta coming in, trying to find something, but yeah, again, Teresa just getting healed up by those Purifying Flames, hiding in the background. Panzer Dragoon rotating up into the top now. Extract has been pinged up, but they do have 2 Iron Shells down here. Cut and Paste being forced away. There's the Vendetta. Impalable hit, only on 1. Nice mana burn, Cut and Paste. He does not have a Chrono. The kick is going to fly out. Nice pull onto AC. Boost didn't get silenced by that one, as David will get hit by that Frost Nova. He's going to go ahead and surge away. Nice time walk forward with a disruption to cancel out that haste movement, and it turns out that Cut and Paste can bash on command. A4P pick up 2 kills for a timely rotation and bring themselves back onto the board. 4 for 3 is the kill score now.
Yeah, and a really handy 1000 XP change going the way of A4P just from that little exchange, and just over 1000 gold as well towards them. It's really handy to have that kind of trade, is the easiest way to put it.
Absolutely.
I mean,
yeah.
This DT Ursa is still there though, and it really is going to be the bugbear for A4P dealing with this Ursa.
That was nice. That was beautiful, I think. I just want to let you know I appreciated it. So Keith, down in the bottom with this OD, this is sort of becoming more and more standard. The more that I see the OD, they avoid the Sanity's Eclipse until you have those levels in the Arcane Orb. You don't want to get the levels in the Arcane Orb until you've sort of really started to max out the Astral and the Essence Aura. And for Keith, I feel like we probably won't see Sanity's Eclipse until level 11 now, because it seems to me that you want to max the Essence Aura out first and foremost at this point.
Yeah, Pretty much. I mean, he's going for a bit of an interesting one with that 2-4-2 build. But of course, I can understand going for that in max.
Oh, nice Vendetta and an Impale with the Frost Blast on Teresa in the mid. He will pop that in range with the DD to boot, trying to bottle himself up. And we've got a nice Fortune set on Panzer Dragoon, but with popping that wand is going to be totally fine.
Double mango, boys.
Still got that double mango power. That's, I mean, probably would have liked to get the kill there, but again, skating away with his life, not going to be anything to turn his nose up at. And I do like this sort of giving AC a lane to himself to farm up for a little bit. We nearly got level 7 on that Shadow Demon boost, though, just stacking up camps and not quite level 6 on our Lich. Probably want to get that Chain Frost up before we can, really start getting some real damage thrown into those Chronos.
Yeah, that's right. And we do have some stacks in the jungle.
Oh, and speaking of Chronos, one coming out on Dovit up in the top lane. Panzer Dragoon moving around to the side, wants to get that Vendetta damage, and indeed will, as a bash is proc. The silence comes through from that geomagnetic grip. Nice back, and a surge out, but the time walk forward from Cut and Paste is going to be more than enough to cut down the Darks here, bringing it to an even kill score. And if we look at the difference in net worth, it's 1,000 gold over to DTT. The XP is in the favor of A4P, and CE's Alchemist has just broken the top of the net worth leaderboard. Is this enough of a lead for an Alchemist, though?
I mean, not really.
That's the long and short of it.
Yeah, that's the shortest part. That's the shortest analysis I can give to you on that, but honestly at this stage you do need to be looking at about a couple of 100 gold away from
dear,
Relic
Boost
gold,
wanders under an Observer Ward, and that's about all that she wrote. The Overpower and the Earth Slam are going to be more than enough. Cut and Paste will manage to time walk over the trees there, and a 3-man smoke coming out from DTT nets them a little kill. So that's going to be a little bit further in front of the Alchemist again.
Yeah, it's not the best move. It's actually
down bottom lane.
Invaded. TP cancelled by Teresa.
Heath got to get in this. Astral jumps out, turns around with the Arcane Orbs onto AC, will put himself into that disruption. Meanwhile, over in the jungle, we do have a Chain Frost flying back and forth between X-Rag and Teresa. It's going to hit the creeps, bounce back over into the creeps. Teresa's going to bottle up and run away as down in the bottom lane. It looks like Panzer Dragoon still chasing down Keith, turning around, getting rid of these illusions. AC throwing out that Shadow Boost, but there's only one stack out of it at the moment. Oh, lovely ring around the rosy. That's a golf clap right there. That was a beautiful juke as OD TP's out without really any problem.
Yeah, just walking to the left and jumping to the right.
Yeah, that's
not
the
quite how the
Kansas City
song
shuffle,
goes,
right?
but it works quite well here.
Absolutely it does. So a lot of resources thrown down into that bottom lane by A4P, and of course it meant that they didn't have the full complement of heroes up in that jungle fight. So very split up action across the map. I only caught the end half of that fight as the Chain Frost was flying out, but I mean for DTT they get a kill on the Alp. Teresa makes it out. They didn't lose their Ursa in that fight, and they didn't lose their OD down bottom. So really trading hero resources very efficiently here.
Yeah, this OD only been on 1 kill, and it was an assist. Looks like he's just committed to that AFK farm life.
And okay, so he's gotten a vitality booster. He's then gone and bought a staff of wizardry. Does he first finish the 4 staff, or is this a casual vit booster and is he gonna get an ATOS? Actually, Panzer Dragoon pump faking that Impale. The Enrage coming out from our Ursa. He's put into the disruption. Has the Shadow Poison put on him. The wall is summoned as well. The False Promise from down below on the ground. Dovit will get perched up. And a blink out from the Ursa. Is it going to be enough to survive? Dovit trying to run away from like a full complement of heroes. There goes the Impale thrown up in the air. And the Frost Blast and a couple of smacks from Cut and Paste are going to be enough. And of course, our Ursa makes it out with that False Promise healing.
Only 1 death in that fight.
Oh, dear CE getting kicked, pulled, wailed away on by the Ursa. The Magnetize deployed as well as a couple more stones, and we'll call that a 1-for-1 across the map. CE trying to seize the opportunity when that messy fight broke out, but is punished summarily for it, and that's going to put his Radiance even further behind.
Yeah, that's right. As roll forward won't get done to AC,
nice
but
silence.
the silence will.
Yeah, the silence hit the kick, didn't he? Manages to get a self-disruption off as Teresa blinking forward, brings out the 2 illusions first. Nice 3-man chrono from Cut and Paste. Unfortunately, Panzer Dragoon did land inside the chrono, so we've got a
Yes,
Purifying
mangoes.
Flames not
He's got
coming back.
mangoes.
Teresa will end up going down. A kick through from X-Rag will connect, and Ramen Lord actually surviving his cut and paste time walking just after Panzer Dragoon with that. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay,
Nice
Ramen
fraud,
Lord.
please.
OS Frog Ramen Lord summons the rune that he needs it. No, it's because he's playing Oracle. He knew that the 14-minute rune to spawn would be an invis, and he planned accordingly.
Yeah, it's he definitely did foresee that one. Definitely.
So, I mean,
Yasha first on cut and paste.
oh dear, that's an item build. I mean, he's going to carry Void, so it looks like he's got the Ring of Health, presumably going to be a Lincoln's at some point. Still fairly decent this game, I would say, but going first for that Yasha, trying to speed up the farm speed, I guess, is the reasoning behind that.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice, but I mean, it's not really allowing him to do enough damage in these team fights. It feels like, and it's not really going to be a way to deal with the Ursa come that crucial mid game phase, where Teresa might be picking up an Aegis very soon.
Indeed, turning his sights now to this tier 1 that will have the old forklift popped on it. Going to save it though, just trying to prolong that push a little bit as AC summoning some illusions. Ooh, he's going to play Sneaky Buggers with one of these illusions, moving it forward. Are they going to take the bait? Yep, Teresa moving forward, gets out the Earthshock, the Atos as well from Keith. They didn't waste too much on it, but it's always nice to see those mind games. As down in front of Blade, Panzer Dragoon going to get found out. He's got a sentry, managed to get the Spike Carapace out, a 3-man impale, and it's not quite enough. Ramen Lord with that final Purifying Flames does not go down and gets the kill on the mix.
Zeus ult now? Nah. One of those situations where, like, guys, where are you? Just start pinging madly all of your teammates.
Yeah,
Like,
team? So, just on foot. He got so close, and that 3-man impale was, I mean, that was a really good impale. Those things are hard to hit, but just not enough, unfortunately. And dare I say it, DTT taking this early game, and like you were saying, I'm not sure that A4P really have the ingredients to deal with an Ursa.
yeah, and that's why it was such a good pick here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in for an Aghanim Scepter or a Diffusal Blade next on the Ursa, just to, like, just to become so tanky and, like, be able to just press your R, you know, just enrage in the middle of Chrono. Like, 80% damage reduction casually in a Chronosphere. Like, how do you deal with that?
I believe that the short analysis for that is that you don't deal with that. As we've got a 4-man smoke coming through from A4P. Working their way through the top lane, the line has been drawn in the sand. They will run into these 2 men from DTT as... Oh, Panzer Dragoon, the smoke was popped, but he is in Vendetta, and he's going to find Keith. That's the bigger target, winds up the Impale. It's going to hit the Mana Burn as well, but the silence is there. Nice false promise as he does get put into the Astral with the disruption as well. Going to blink out. Nice Chrono on top of Keith. The Frost Blast. Ramen Lord is caught in that as well. Teresa actually walking into it as the Chain Frost comes through. Only 1 bounce onto Ramen Lord. The Soul Catcher has been deployed onto him. Nice stun onto X-Ray off onto the side, but Panzer Dragoon back into the wall. Huge 3-hero kick. 2-man silence with a 3-man magnetizer. Teresa blinking for X-Rag rolling in, and AC, they don't quite have enough damage to get the Shadow, and they'll have to content themselves with...
south to escape the gank.
Very...
He's actually farming just as well as the Alchemist, now sitting at 5-on-5.
Yeah, doing a great job keeping himself on the top of the net worth board there, and, well, I mean, like I said, don't want to sort of point out too many individual players' flaws, but when Teresa on your Ursa is just going to wheel around and accidentally walk into the Chrono like that, it does make it a lot easier for cut and paste to deal with the Ursa in a team fight.
Yeah, when your sole physical damage dealer in a fight does try to just hold himself in a blister of space for a little while, it kind of gets hard to win team fights, but
the physical damage output does tend to drop in such a case, and yet more Shadow Demon illusions calling for spells. And I mean, it's not so much the kick because that's on cooldown now, but Hexrag only with 1 stone to work with here. Panzer Dragoon, he's armored up. Teresa blinking forward there. Yeah, they do have a sentry there, so that Spike Carapace will stun David up. Panzer Dragoon going to casually walk to the north. It looks like he will survive there.
yeah, and it was actually a basher picked up by Teresa. So,
Oh dear,
a little
Pins
bit
of
of
Goon
extra
finding
cooldown.
Ramen Lord actually getting the stun out the mana burn as well, and Teresa blinking way forward, going on boost. Ramen Lord going to put the Fate's Edict on himself, will end up getting stunned by that Spike. Carapace TP out from Pins of Goon, and well, yep, there's the bash from Teresa.
Balance.
And bash on command. OS Frog.
Oh,
and he
oh,
can't
bash on
stop this
command
going
again.
on AC as well. Did he buy a Basher or an Abyssal Blade? CE forced to pop this Chemical Rage to try and run, but with that Rod of Atos from Keith, it's way enough to control him up. We got the Fortunes and coming through as well, those Fury Swipes stacking up, and X-Rag rolling in just to survey how the fight's panning out. So the only survivor from A4P was not appearing in this fight. Going to be cut and paste, trying to get some split push happening up top, but this is only the Radiant offlane. Surely DTT are happy to make this trade.
Yeah, I mean, cut and paste is doing the classic carry thing of just going, guys, it's okay. I'll push the other lane. Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, man. Why does my team keep dying on the other side of the map? I'm doing a great job pushing up against this tier 1, but I guess best out of a bad situation is the Cut and Paste is able to find a little bit of farm going his way, as Teresa will find that tower is surging up in terms of net worth. 10k now on this Ursa, an absolute force to be reckoned with. And Rosh still a fair way off spawning, but I like this from DTT, setting up on the high ground, making it look like they've fallen back fully, but just setting up again.
Cut and paste might walk around from the side though.
As Keith, he's
No.
trying to position himself. Who's going to take this gank? Teresa popping that overpower. A Sentry Rod has been laid down, but Shadow Poison's going to escape him out. AC knows what's up, and a two-man Chrono. He's caught Ramelord, he's caught Teresa, but he does get put into that Asteros. The Chain Frost and flies through, bouncing over to Actrake, onto Keith, onto the neutrals. Teresa having popped that in range. The hammer is dropped down. Lich got so low. Nick's going to be the first one to go down as that Chain Frost still bouncing. Keith has the false promise put on him. Cut and paste laying into him. Going to need to get some lucky bounces. Not going to happen when he is disarmed. And AC up on top. He's going to get brought down by Teresa, who does get unstable concoction to under the tier 3. He will end up getting brought down. There goes the Aegis. Cut and paste, though, will end up going down to Keith with those arcane orbs. The Aegis coming back. Teresa, the only kill that A4P were able to find that fight, as it's a 2.6k swing.
Jeez, yeah, it's that's so insane. Like how we only managed to get like a 2-man Chronosphere when the four of DTT are just holding hands in that small space there. And
it's I mean, it's the sort of thing where if that Chrono, I mean, DTT was split up fairly well there, and it's the sort of thing where I feel like if Chrono had 50 more radius, that would take to take that from a 2-man Chrono to a 4-man. So just a little bit unfortunate. Cut and paste there, perhaps feeling the pressure to catch the entire team in a Chrono, just missing Keith, and does wind up sitting in that Astral Imprisonment.
Here we go, as the Purifying Flames are being stacked up now onto Keith. This Ramen Lord trying to get some of his mana back, as he has turned his Arcane Boots into an Aether Lens.
And I love this pickup on an Oracle. Just lets him sit so much further back for those Purifying Flames. But look at the range on this False Promise. This is absolutely preposterous just how far back he can sit in a team fight and still bail out his cores.
Yeah, you pretty much don't actually need vision of, like, direct vision of them to be able to throw it out onto people.
Yeah, you can have fog in between you. It's pretty strong. I'm gonna go out on
being drawn.
It looks like Panzer Dragoon, yeah, going to make a bit of a foray into the enemy jungle with an Aether Lens of his own. Now, this is nice on Nyx, but it is nicer once he has that Ags, which, let's be honest, looking at CE, the Ags are still a fair way off being thrown around freely.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's not even BOTs just up yet, as CE is having those brought in, but 24 minutes, BRT's Radiant Armlet, he's definitely come under a lot of pressure, as he's basically at the similar level of farm as the Ursa, and Ursa just feels like much more of a carry at this moment in time.
Certainly, I feel like our Ursa being handled by Teresa here is able to participate in the fights just so much more that it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, like you say, yes, he's got these boots of travel now, so he's able to split up the map a little bit better, but only having the armlet for tankiness, he's not able to really use this Radiance to its full teamfight potential, as it looks like DTT are only too happy to trade this tier 2 tower, and it doesn't look like A4P are going to get much damage at all down here. on the opposing tier 2 safe lane. So going to fall back, get a little bit of a self-stun, but they should be able to get out of here without getting caught.
Yeah, that should be fine. And, Cut and Paste has only died once, so he's not feeding too much away. He's nearly got that diffuser blade up, as he's just got it now. But at the same time, I can himself now complete onto Reza. So that's that 80% damage reduction available to him at basically all times.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he gets impaled, spike carapace, unstable concoction, I believe the chrono as well, you were saying earlier. He won't be able to attack, but he can still turn it on.
Yeah,
I
pretty much.
believe is the interaction.
That's pretty much the main point of having his ulti available at all times. I mean,
yeah, that's
it's just so insane. And if he gets a pistol blade, which he should for his next item, it'll become extremely tanky and just so damn hard to lock down, let alone deal with.
That certainly will be the case there. Got the Hurricane Pike being completed up on Keith here, whose item progression is looking quite handsome, going for that early Rod of Atos 4-star, so he's certainly not lacking in int, and he is able to bring down that Sanity's Eclipse with tremendous amounts of force, even nearly killing Boost in that fight there. The I think hero with the most... Oh no, sorry, not the hero with the most int at the moment. That goes over to AC, who has bought a Staff of Wizardry, so working towards a 4-star of his very own. And it looks like we got a smoke rotation coming in here from DTT. Blinky forward, a roll through from X-Rag is going to catch CE as he is channeling the stun, but it's all for nothing. Gets stunned up by Teresa, slowed down by Keith. The Enrage deployed, the Iron Shell as well. No buyback. Alk down for a minute. We've got the Fortunes and being thrown out on Cut and Paste, who does manage to backtrack through it, but will still get rooted down temporarily. And it looks like DTT trying to, as you said earlier, tighten that noose, really pushing in from all sides here. And we might be having a little bit of technical issues here as blinking up. We've got Astral Imprisonment coming down, a nice impale onto Darva, and the Chain Frost coming out, bouncing back and forth. Boost, though, put into a defensive disruption. The Alk still not back, and that Chain Frost is just going to bounce between creeps. Keith forward, forward, and coming up onto the high ground is X-Rag, managing to get a nice little pick there, and a time walk forward from Cut Pace. He's trying to catch Teresa, but that impale, that Enrage rather, has come out of buyback from ATO Knights. 2 hero Chrono. Keith is caught in that, but Ramen Lord from way downtown managing to get that false promise off onto him. X-Rag coming up onto the high ground, dropping that magnetize. There's a self-disruption coming out as Teresa needing to change targets. Cut and Paste turning around onto X-Rag, though he is time dilated up, and nice backing will hold him back for a little bit. We do have the unstable concoction being thrown out by CE. Keith getting down awfully low. The diffusal blade deployed against him. Teresa turning around onto CE, procking a bash as well, but he does get hit by the old demonic purge. Brought down. CE going to be the beneficiary of that one. Nearly 800 gold going his way. Prey, can you hear me?
Yes, alright, Unstable Concoction wasn't actually used there walking up high ground, so Oracle gets away quite freely there.
Yeah, managing to scoot away. Got free, and that goal going the way of CE is going to get his Manta completed all the sooner. He got the recipe sitting there on the courier, ready to go, and stumbles across a 642 gold bounty rune, so lovely little pickup for him there.
They also now have the gem up on the Darkseer on the side of DTT, so a little bit handier to have.
Absolutely, makes it all that more difficult for Panzer Dragoon to find an angle of initiation, so I like the way that limits the options of A4P, as well, of course, as being able to, close the map out. Panzer Dragoon having to pop that one. Manages to get the Pantera up, but he's only too happy to drop a single man Sanity's Eclipse if it means a kill for him, and down goes the Nyx.
He certainly did YOLO there. I mean, he's got some stolen int now, so he can always go off and just hit a few more creeps a little bit harder.
Yeah, he's pushing up this lane at quite a pace, so I mean, DTT, do they need to go and take this rush and get this Aegis? Are they happy to continue drawing this out against an Alk because CE is so far behind?
Pretty much. They need to slowly tighten the noose once again, get the Aegis up again. Nearly Lincoln Sphere up on the Void, so cut and paste. It's gonna get, again, a little bit harder to kill. He's got some Manta Style and Diffusal Blade, of course, but the Lincoln Sphere is extremely handy to have. His boost should be going down here on top.
Oh dear, yeah, he just barely caught the end of that one. Keith, turns out deals a ton of damage, so now I know. Stolen 28 int at the moment, and indeed Teresa is moving into that rush pit. David standing behind him, and X-Rag blinking up onto the high ground. They're pinging out these Alk illusions that I'm not sure who exactly they belong to, but they'll spy Teresa out. Regardless, it looks like Rosh is going to go down with, yep, 1 Empower and 1 Overrage later, and that's an Aegis. And we've got a BKB actually nearly completed for Teresa, so he's going to be all but invulnerable once he gets that.
Yeah, very defensive build coming out from him, it feels. Not too sure if I'm a big fan of it, but, you know, why not? You know, I'm not playing in this now, so...
Yeah, so...
it kind of shows how good I am.
So... it is quite defensive, going for that Ags and then back into the BKB. With the Ags, of course, he can pop that Enrage even when he's stunned up, so it sort of makes me wonder how necessary this BKB is, as David hiding off to the side, cut and paste, time walking forwards, and it looks like we are just going to avoid a scuffle in the mid lane.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that stage where Alchemist can start handing out those little candies that are Aghanim Scepters for him. Wouldn't be surprised if he gives one over to cut and paste first up, just because of how nice it is, you know, to have that ability to team fight every 60 seconds.
It absolutely... Oh, trying to time walk over onto Keith, ends up on the cliff. Keith force typing himself forward, gets the ATOS onto Panther to go. Nice little spike carapace there. Is going to save him. Teresa, though, running in, demands satisfaction. 1 hit, 2 hit, and there is the third.
Cut and paste actually electing not to go for the Cryosphere there, just walks off to the left.
Yeah, it seems a little bit curious, because this seems to be lining DTT up for a high ground push. They do not have buyback on their Nyx. He's gone all in for this point booster, trying to work towards that Ag. So was that maybe just a case of A4P knew that they didn't have perhaps the follow-up in the area for the Chrono? The rest of the team was still moving in from the base. I'm not sure if they really could have saved the Nyx there.
I'm not too sure they would want to save the Nyx, and I'm pretty sure they just like disrupt him and just walk away, leave him as a sacrifice.
Right, but just sort of...
Flames being lined up on the OD. He's got 3 running on him right now.
Yeah, pretty much constantly. Oh, Ramen Lord getting a little bit unlucky with these procs of the Essence Aura. There we go. So he's getting his mana back, and DTT showing a lot of respect here, falling back and sending David up into the top lane just to force that back with the Iron Shell and the Vac, making sure that they're not losing any presence across the map as they try and push the high ground. They've still got a fair time left on this Aegis, so they're happy to take their time here, I guess.
Yeah, they've got a good few minutes left on the Aegis, so it's not too much of an issue.
And the full BKB has arrived, and he's put his Morbid Mask on the Courier for the moment. So Teresa working without lifesteal for the moment, but at this stage in the game, it's not 100% necessary for him, surely. They've got the Greaves of the Darkseer, and of course all of the varied healing of the Oracle.
Here we go. Smoke up behind Keith. He's not showing. Well, he's now showing, but it's a pretty obvious bait, to be honest. Not
and Teresa,
sure if the side of A4P really wants to go for it.
Parked right outside the base, he's going to be able to see these illusions coming in, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that A4P understand what's up here, only showing boost down in the bottom lane, trying to get that little bit of farm. As DTT, they're pretty much going to have to push in here. The bottom lane is up against their tier 2. They've sent their Ursa out to shove the top in, and nothing's going to reach the high ground because Acid Spray is a spell.
Acid Spray plus Radiance plus Shadow Demon Illusions.
Yeah, they never don't have some Radiant solutions down on the low ground, even though there is no Octarine currently up from CE. So getting a little bit
close to enough gold for it though too.
He certainly is getting close, and
Oh,
up top,
Panzer.
Teresa blinking on Panzer Dragoon. He does get silenced up, slowed, and the kick comes through, connects on boost as the TP completes, but they do have a disruption, and I'll catch it onto Teresa, the Frost Blast to boot as well. Some illusions waiting to wait in. We've got the Vendetta coming in, the Chain Frost is going to just bounce to and fro on the creep wave on Saber Concoction. Will get disjointed by a blink. Panzer Dragoon biding his time off to the side as Teresa turning. He's getting juked, and Jive throws out that in range for the damage reduction, but I'm not too sure if he's going to survive here. His Cut and Paste up. There goes the Aegis. Keith is going to find that kill on Panzer Dragoon up in the lane, and Cut and Paste sitting up on the high ground there. We do have the Nitos being deployed, a nice two-man vac and wall, but David and Keith getting caught in that chrono. Teresa going up against the nice kick and a pull back, and the Saturday OS Frog Cut and Paste just going to walk that one off, but Keith blinking
roll forward
through his in as CE gets a nice
Cut
two-man stun. Cut and Paste though headbutts the boulder, winds up in the Arms of Imprisonment. X-Rag rolls forward, finds the kill, immediate buyback by the Arm. David up on the high ground. Keith gets a dominating streak. They do have a buyback on the void, but there's no chrono.
That's why they need to give the Acronym Scepter to him.
Can't come soon enough. CE with that buyback, all that he's going to be able to offer is pretty much what he's been doing, spamming out those acid sprays and those Manta illusions, and that X-Rag, the only one to fall for DTT. Pretty successful push there.
Successful in that, like, they got a few kills and they forced the buyback, but not very successful because there's still all three tier 3 towers standing and they're all relatively healthy.
That is a fair point. They did manage to hold there. Cost them just the one buyback on CE, who still has a fair bit of change in his back pocket here. So he's going to go ahead, sell the Iron Talon, buy out a gem. That's always nice to have one of. And we'll see if he does go in for the Octarine, or they decide that they start needing the Ags right now.
Yeah, I really want to see him start working on those as soon as possible. I mean, there's so many good Aghanims upgrades on the side of A4P, so I wouldn't be surprised if he spends the rest of his time just pushing out with that gem, trying to get some D-wards, as we see another gem now being picked up for X-Rag. Actually, I think...
Yeah, so both teams trying to control up the vision across
the
the map.
DTT's gem is actually on the Alchemist.
Wait, what? Oh, that's Ramen Lord's gem. Wait a minute, where's the gem that he just bought then? Was that a backup gem on the courier?
Maybe.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused about whose gems are where. X-Rag is holding onto his own gem and is going to get a nice little D-ward here with a blink up and a roll down. So, again, just trying to control up this enemy jungle, and hopefully for DTT they can get a couple of buildings this time.
Yeah, maybe, but again, they're running into the problem with their lineup is they've got no actual tower hitters. I mean, it's almost worth, like, you know, Oracle and the Spirit picking up, like, Necronomicons or something, just to deal with that problem.
Yeah, maybe like a casual Desolator on someone, but...
Casual Desolator on David?
Yeah. He's farming a lot, you know, he's a Darkseer, he's got his Blink Hex ready to go, so trying to shove these lanes out, but the Shadow Poison, the Acid Spray, of course, the ever-present Radiance, it's just, it's a very tall order to breach this high ground, regardless of the stranglehold that they are having over the dire jungle here, as Cut and Paste once again trying to get a little bit of split pushing down in the bottom. He's got 2.5k in the old inventory, so he's got 800 surplus to work with. Finished off his Lincolns. Where does he go from here?
He needs more damage. I mean, it's hard to say that, you know, he needs BKB, because, like, he needs BKB, but at the same time he's got Lincoln Sphere, so that's kind of redundant.
Right.
So I don't know, like,
so
MKB, Daedalus.
It's that sort of thing where
he just needs damage, you know.
Right. So is it because he is this position 1 void? He's this position 1 farm priority. He's the safe lane carry. So there's just more onus on him to have damage, because it's not like an off lane where your position 1 is just going to be putting damage into the chrono for you.
Pretty much. I mean, if you look at the side of A4P, like, most of the damage right now is just from the Radiance plus whatever right-clicks they can kind of get off from...
Ooh, nice
go,
smoke.
Keith.
Onto Keith. The smoke does get popped. I think that Keith was spotted. There is a time war. Oh, Lotus Sphere. As Keith does get caught in that acid spray, going to self-astral as we've got the Impale being thrown down. Cut and paste, moving on up, and the Chain Frost was deployed. Man. He's going to come out of the disruption, and oh lord, so many ults whiffed, and AC is the one to walk away with the gold from that kill. Still about a 2k swing.
Kill equals secured.
That will be a kill traded, of course, for the Aegis and Cheese, I believe. Who end up with the Cheese?
Yep,
David.
Cheese is now on David.
Yeah, so nice to have on the Darks here. Between the Greaves and the Cheese, he can pretty much just keep going forever, and is Cut and Paste going to get caught out here? Time walking forwards. We do have an Abyssal now up on our Ursa, and of course the Lincolns from Cut and Paste will save him from that.
Yeah, but it won't actually save him from the bashes themselves, so that's probably the more important thing, to be honest.
I mean, DTT aren't lacking in long-range single-target abilities to pop the Lincoln's Purifying Flames being the one that most readily springs to mind. As X-Ray going on to boost, he manages to find a roll, a Magnetize, and, well, that's about all that she wrote. And he's going to scout out the ward that was laid down, so...
Yeah.
Pretty much disastrous for boost on the Lich there.
Yeah, just not going the way he wanted it to go, and, well, I guess that's just what's gonna happen is X-Ray is systematically de-warding the entire map.
Yeah, there's no real kind way to put what happened there, is there?
There really isn't. I mean, Boost shouldn't have been there, he's way out of position, he doesn't have any backup, and here we go, X-Ray wants to walk around and just hit it, and David too, but Ramen Lord,
nice attack from downhill.
The cliff punch.
The long-range karate punches coming out from the Darkseer. So, again, Noose equals tightened, but these Alk illusions are a pain. Shoving this lane out, Keith having to deal with them. They've got one melee creep and one siege creep in the mid lane, and the acid spray and some more Alk illusions up in the top trying to shove the lane out. This is just such a tall order for DTT to really push in more than one lane at once.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, A4P is doing a great job of just extending the game far past I guess it's more natural life, the life that DTT kind of wants it to have, but I mean, they've got all the ways of dealing with, like, like, DTT have all the answers to A4P's draft, but at the same time, they're just being outplayed at this current moment in time. I mean, you see that Cut and Paste is just bottom lane. He takes down that tower, actually.
Yeah,
and
not
there's
exposing
more
himself.
gold being injected into the supports that they desperately need.
Absolutely, and getting that more gold onto, say, Panzer Dragoon, he's about halfway to the Ags if he wants it. He is holding onto that surplus gold for the buyback, though, so that is always nice to have, and we saw an illusion there get blink hexed by David, so unfortunately putting the old Scythe of Vice onto cooldown, and David being forced down into this bottom lane to shove out all of these void illusions that are pouring in. So yeah, Cut and Paste really doing a brilliant job of splitting the map up and knowing that his four teammates can hold high ground and just really drag the game out.
Pretty much.
So, I mean, we look at the difference in net worth. 10k lead at 44 minutes. That's, you know, neither here nor there. 15k XP going the way of DTT. Again, it's nice to have the lead over the Alp, but CE is the top net worth by about 5k. He's completed his Octarine. I don't believe that he's handed out any Ags upgrades just yet. He has not. So that's sort of CE's natural progression from this point, I would assume.
I would assume so too. I mean, he can go for something like a Shivers or an AC here to slow down the Ursa, or, you know, just add a little bit of extra beefiness to his illusions. Of course, yeah, it's one of those things where they are playing around with a Shadow Demon and an Alchemist who both rely a lot on their illusions, and they're playing it into an OD who is, one would say very, very good up against illusions, just with that bonus damage.
Yeah, absolutely. He's able to clear them out, but the sheer volume of illusions coming in from the Shadow Demon being paired up with the Alk means that, I mean, he can't be everywhere at once if they throw 2 illusions down 2 lanes apiece. This is painful to see, as we do have a brief pause. I believe some kind of internet issues, perhaps, but we will be right underway.
Yeah, and again, this purifying flame spam onto the OD it's insane.
It's pretty nice being able to keep the OD constantly healing. 3x44, math is hard, and keeping full mana as blinking forward. Extract getting up onto the high ground. Teresa chunking dead boost. The Chain Frost has already come out. Teresa popping that in range and the BKB, so he's not going to get stunned by that Impale. The Demonic Purge is on top of him, and just as the Aegis does expire, he gets the cheese dropped onto him by Darvit. So they find a pick, they blink back, and perhaps they are going to try and shove the lanes in from here.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a Chronosphere, and that's like the main problem for them, as it looks like he will actually pick up a BKB on cut and paste. That's, I mean, chat's asking for it, so like, you kind of have to, you have to appease the people.
Yeah, that's pretty much the rationale behind that one, I believe. And the leading question that I was going to ask was, is a pick-off on Lich enough to crest the high ground? And, well, I guess the answer was no, because Boost is already back and Cut and Paste is just doing cut and paste things, split pushing with his Void.
Yeah, and there's like no damage done to any of these tier 3 towers from A4P. This is such an insane defense coming out from them. I have no idea how they're holding on to it, but at this point in time, 47 minutes into the game, Ursa's usability up against the entire draft of A4P is kind of minimalized by the fact that it's so easy to kite him now. I mean, there are 4-staffs coming out, Glimmer Capes as well.
Yeah, he sort of is running out of steam here a bit, and that mischance from that Radiance, very frustrating, as he is trying to clear up these illusions sent in to farm up the jungle as the farm does keep on rolling in for CE.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, he needs to, like, sell his BOT, get BOTs, and then, like, I don't know, get MKB, but I don't know what he sells for his MKB. Like, does he just leave the cheese and then, like, let Aegis go on to keep now?
Yeah, I feel like he does need another damage item, but I agree that where he puts it, I don't know. X-Rack is going to pop that smoke, going to ping out the next. Blinking forward, and we've got, yep, there comes the Abyssal, a big old kick. The Enrage has been popped as well, and a roll. They found AC, and they got a stun on him to boot. There goes the Glimmer, but of course, with the gem, nothing doing. Double kill going the way of Teresa, and
buyback
an
from the SD.
Immediate buyback, yeah. AC not wanting to show a sign of weakness up against this DTT lineup, so I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to really dissuade the push there.
I mean, the Nick's coming up in 30 seconds is probably
roll
the biggest
forward,
dissuader.
Boost getting slowed down by X-Ray. He does get stunned up, nice back into a kick. BKB's coming out, and the Chrono as well. The, Earth Spirit is going to fall. David and Keith caught in there as the Chain Frost comes out. Not really going to bounce all that far. The Lich will end up going down. CE getting Hurricane Spike back, cut and paste underneath the wall. Teresa moving in on CE. David getting down so low, but cut and paste is the one who's having to time walk back up onto the high ground. Teresa with that BKB pop. Earthshot gets this slow onto CE. Turns around, throws that point blank. Unstable concoction, and we've got the false promise coming out as well, and it looks like our Darkseer did end up going down. AC getting that one with the Shadow Poison. Cut and paste, giving chase, time walking down the cliff. Teresa still healing up with those Purifying Flames on him, and there goes the Diffusal Blade. That's going to purge that off. The Enraged, but he gets immediately bashed up.
The channel
by the Nyx. Yeah, oh lord, there goes the big old Sanity's Eclipse. Cheese is popped, and CE getting those illusions out, trying to get more done, but the nice disruption. OD is going to fall. Cut and paste comes out, totally fine. Another Impale coming through onto Teresa. Could this be the fourth one to fall? The channeled stun from CE flying through again, and it's 4 down from DTT. A4P, are they Are they taking it?
Maybe. I mean,
is this the comeback?
I think this is just like the natural life of DTT's lineup is gone. It feels like.
Yeah, we saw like multiple abyssals being deployed by our Ursa there, but Teresa just lacking that damage.
Midas?
Okay. So it turns out that Ramen Lord is
out of position quite a bit too.
Yeah, he's playing for the 80-minute game. I wouldn't worry about it too much, as surging into the high ground, a mixture of illusions and big angry regular purple guys. We've got a big magnetized kick pull onto cut and paste. Oh, nice back, but the BKB is popped as he comes back out. A Lotus Orbed Unstable Concoction is going to fly and clip CE on the back of the head, and that's about all that she wrote for the push there.
Yeah, has more than enough for buyback as well as an Aghanim Scepter on the Alchemist too, so could definitely be handing over an Aghanim Scepter in the next few moments if he wants to.
Yes, I believe that those should be forthcoming.
Or even just complete the AC.
Does he put the gem on someone else for this, or does he get rid of the armlet at this stage?
Yeah, he just drops the gem.
Yeah, and indeed, that is going to be the case. Reading my mind, Gem is on the deck, and AC working towards a Lotus Orb of his very own to answer the one that has been grabbed up by David there. X-Rag moving forward with this invis does have his own gem, and the double bootstrap, Boots of Travel, and the Arcane Boots. I feel like the wheels are starting to fall off DTT somewhat. We've said it more than once, but good grief, it really feels like the usefulness of their draft is starting to fall off.
It really looks like the easiest way to beat DTT is to take them past 45 minutes and just laugh at them.
Just out of their comfort zone here. Teresa going to be bringing down our 4th Roshan of the game, but cut and paste move again. We've got some ice armor already up on him from the Lich. They have been pinged out and moved through. Nice 2-hero chrono. Teresa walked into his pop the BKB as well as the mana. There goes the time dilation. The wall has been dropped as the Shiva's coming out. A Lotus Orb, something reflected. CE getting hexed up. Sanity's Eclipse gets dropped. He's stunned up as well. Dead for 100 seconds. The Chain Frost though bouncing back and forth between heroes. Darva getting chunked down. A buyback from our Earth Spirit as cut and paste moving forward. Time walking off a lot of that damage. The Impale from the Nyx is not going to catch it. Ramen Lord going to get bashed up. Nice, but he's caught on the cliff. The stairs there as Keith forces him back with that Hurricane Pike. Chasing though. X-Rag is getting forced back. Teresa being chased through as CE will end up stunning himself.
Teresa wants
there.
more.
Yeah, and David only too happy to give it to him. Panzer Dragoon getting hexed up, chunked down, a nice back, but a Glimmer Cape is going to save him as he burrows down into the ground. A roll forward from X-Rag. The Shadow Demon is going to be the one to fall, followed swiftly by Keith, and so many Alks wailing away. There's Teresa trying to go up against 2 and 2 illusions. Time walks off the damage. Teresa goes down, so too does Boost. We've got the Unstable Concoction flying through onto X-Rag. He's got the Lotus Orb up onto him, but it's not going to be enough. Huge old Impale coming through from Panzer Dragoon, who has, of course, finished that axe.
Die back on X-Rag.
Oh, Lord. I think...
The lanes are in good positions.
Yeah,
Ramen Lord's doing his best to push it back out, but...
And we talk about DTT not having heroes that hit towers. A4P certainly do. Alk and Void both doing brilliantly against the towers here. We've got a buyback coming in from Teresa. I'm not sure if it's enough to hold. Yeah, forklift deployed as well. Teresa with the Lotus Orb. He's hard to go on, throwing out that Earth Drop, cleaning up the creeps. There goes the tier 3. A nice hex under cut and paste. The stun is going to go a little bit wide from the Nyx, but the Unstable Concoction is good. There goes, oh Lord, BKB, Abyssal Blade. Time walk off, cut and paste. Yeah, OS from David. Going to get stunned up by that Burrow. And the Impale as well. The Unstable Concoction right after the False Promise. There is no way known that he heals all of this up. Dropping the wall, trying to run around. He surely knows that he is going to put... Oh, OS Frog, he doesn't quite fully cut and paste. He has his Lincoln's pop. He's going to time walk off that damage that Ursa just did on him. And there goes the mid-racks. Nice Impale into the Chrono, cut and paste, wailing away at him. The Unstable Concoction to boot, and Teresa ends up going down, and that's a dieback. Brahman Lord getting stunned up from the low ground as well, and A4P show no signs of wanting to leave this high ground. Moving down towards this bottom racks.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of are forced to move down to the bottom racks. There was extra pressure applied to that bottom lane, as well as there still being a tier 2 top lane. But
yeah, cut and paste popping that BKB. Only 2 happy to keep going on very minimal HP. We've got the unstable concoction hitting onto Keith. Does get limit up cut and paste time, walking a little bit of damage off, but that acid spray is very good for CE to fight in. They're just going to be happy to pop that Manta and disengage. So it looks like we do have a hold down bottom.
yeah, but again, you've got a gaping hole in your base. There used to be some buildings there that were really, really handy, and there's no buyback on your Ursa.
Yeah, I think that considering all things, DTT would probably prefer to still have the buildings that were in their base. I'm gonna go out on a limb there.
Maybe, just maybe, maybe.
Cut and paste. There's that butterfly that we were begging for earlier.
Drops
He's got
the armor
level
for the
2
Aegis.
def-
Does he want to pick up the cheese? No, okay, the Lucia's gonna pick up the cheese. Bit of an
Too easy.
interesting one there. I would have thought the cut and paste maybe just, picks it up, uses it straight away, but I guess he just wants those BOTs. Probably gonna sell his treads for it. Probably get an Aghanim Scepter fairly soon. No Aghanim Scepter's dealt out just yet, though.
Yeah. So I've said it more than once, but I'm assuming that is very soon forthcoming from CE, and that's just. We spoke about it in the Jug game before, where the Alp pick didn't actually quite work out, but that is one of the huge benefits about picking an Alp to go along with a position 1 who has a decent Ags. It's like, yeah, on a carry void, you're generally, again, a little bit slot limited. You don't really have room for that Ags. Having CE drop it on you is just, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
It really is, and okay, gems are being dropped in fountains because they just have that many of them. It should be interesting to note, though, that Panzer Dragoon elected to go for his own Aghanim Scepter as the first Aghanim Scepter is going to be picked up. It looks like it's going to be dropped onto AC. Maybe. Or is it? No? Cut and Paste is told to come over and have some goodies.
Cut and Paste, come on down. We have a 7-slotted Faceless Void, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, that's Ags number 1, and yeah, I think that the Panzer Dragoon going for his own Ags was the right call, just because there are so many Ags to hand out. If he would have just waited for it to come from the Alk, he would have been waiting forever, right?
Nah, surely not. I mean, CE only needs to focus in on getting Aghanim Scepters now. I mean, he's not quite reached his natural limit in terms of farm. Like, you can still go for something like a Heart, BOT's level 2, his own Aghanim Scepter, Meme Shard, sorry, Moon Shard.
I wouldn't hate seeing a Shiva's on him either.
Yeah, Shiva's Guard could also be really, really handy, but again, it's one of those things where you end up needing a slot for Aegis at some point in time. Like, who's going to be your Aegis holder? Is it going to be a support? And at this moment in time, Aegis on like an SD or a Lich is actually going to be quite handy, especially if they don't have buyback.
Yeah, definitely as we move into that late game, of course, and everyone becomes a lot more slot limited, that vision becomes more important. Like you were saying, those gems, there are so many gems in the game, just trying to find room to hold them all is going to become more of a hassle, and those buybacks start to become so important, especially as compared to the slot efficiency of the Aegis.
That's right, as it looks like X-Ray kind of sizing up the potential attack onto Cut and Paste, but it's just so damn hard to try and lock down this Void, as it's going to be a 5-man smoke from A4P. They want to kill. There's no one really left in the jungle anymore, as DTT are going to evacuate after farming it out.
They did get fanned out during a scan, but yeah, I don't think that A4P are going to be quite quick enough for this. Maybe they want to rotate up top, start pushing that tier 2 down so that they have clear access to all of the lanes, but at the moment they're just kind of meandering down, getting some decent vision placed, so that's always one nice thing about a smoke rotation.
Yeah, of course, CA will show himself to that mid lane and just forcing it in once again. Looks like the rest of A4P are kind of rotating to this bottom lane. Want to definitely get this this tier 3 tower into racks as they just drop illusions, push the mid and say, have fun with that one, DTT. We're going to see you bottom lane.
Yeah, that's that's so hard to deal with, the 2 Mantas and the Shadow Demon disruption. It's a nightmare to deal with this amount of push coming in. And yeah, even with the most recent patch, again reducing the amount of damage that illusions deal to buildings, you know, they clear the way very quickly, and the chip damage can't be ignored. It does add up over time. The top lane, though, is being shoved in by DTT. Nice movement there, and Ramen Lord is now making his way back after doing so.
That's right. It's looks like the team fight is slowly being set up. Just
Now the wickets are split by that kick, and yep, 4 alchemists wailing away on the tower. The real one taking a breather just in the back lines, and that tower's almost down to half HP here. We've got a Burrowed Nyx, Panzer Dragoon with that Impale can actually reach all the way to the tier 3. So that's, yeah, moving forward, burrowing up again, and Dubit flicks forward, nice back into a wall, cut and paste, immediately going to move out. Nice stun as the chain frost sails on 3, and a Chrono onto 2. They do have the Fate's Edict, and False Promise has been popped onto X-Rag, so cut and paste, wailing away there. Dubit will end up falling. X-Rag getting bashed up, he is Glimmer Cape. The OD4 staffing himself away. X-Rag surely should pop here as cut and paste. Lincoln's being put to work, buyback on our Shadow Demon, wanting to join in. CE going hard, getting that tier 3 down. And Shadow Demon is showing himself in the top lane, trying to shove that one back a little bit. The Fortune's End is going to come out and connect on 3, but Panzer Dragoon is only too happy to be sitting down in his hidey hole, throwing those blue spikes out. Well, Keith coming in, trying to get rid of some illusions, but he gets hit with the Impale. The Unstable Concoction as well, but we do have a False Promise. The Unstable Concoction actually hitting both of them. The cut and paste getting abyssaled up by Teresa there. Some nice misses due to that Butterfly. And of course, the Radiance, and Keith is going to be totally fine coming out of that False Promise. And there's one more lane going down the way of A4P. That's, well, I mean, if I say come back, do I just... Do I jinx them if I say come back? Because, I mean,
was it really a comeback? I think it was just really well played. I mean, they didn't have the strongest early game, sure, but I would say it wasn't really a comeback, but it was just a loss from DTT. They had the game in the bag, and then they just decided to be inactive about it. I mean, we see it so often in our pubs, I'm pretty sure. Most people would know
I think that's definitely fair to say. Just a lot of indecision in pushing the high ground there. And it seems like it's now going to be DTT who are really going to struggle to find their way back into this game. Down 2 racks against this high ground defense that was trouble enough when they were in the lead. Now the fact that they're putting these Alk Illusions down past the river to shove these lanes out.
And CE is going to go for that 6th item, going to be an Abyssal Blade. I like this decision from him. It's a little bit of extra lockdown.
I do like that. Definitely going to agree with you there. Moving on out, it looks like the top lane, of course, being the last one to push in here. And
probably going to go for another smoke gank, I would assume. Although they don't have another smoke available. No, so they might just slowly push this top tier 2. I mean, they don't have Aegis anymore, but they do have buybacks available.
Yeah, certainly if we have a quick look at our buybacks, there is only one man on the side of DTT with it. That is, of course, Keith. And over on the side of A4P, we have CE, Cut and Paste, and Panzer Dragoon, all sitting very pretty with their buybacks well and truly intact. And X-Rag moving out, decides maybe that the top lane isn't as nice a neighborhood as it used to be, as the line is drawn on the map. Cut and Paste moving forward, chunking those creeps down. They've got roughly 1 million range creeps, so yeah, I don't see them holding this tier 2, I'll be honest. As I say that though, X-Rag happily cleaning the wave up.
Yeah, but again, that's an Abyssal Blade now complete on the Alchemist. There is a Vlad's on Panzer Dragoon, so you know, he's a little bit of extra armor, a little bit of extra damage. Of course, that 15% bonus attack damage, always kind of just handy to have. As MKB now picked up onto Keith. He doesn't have buyback now.
He's gone ahead and eaten his Moonshard. He's thinking that the mischance from this gosh darned Radiance and this Butterfly on the Void is just too much to deal with, so he's going to go ahead and clear up those illusions. Nice back there, but time walk out as our Nyx is still burrowed. Just again, sieging with that Acid Spray and the Siege Creeps, and the tower is already down to about half HP, and A4P really haven't committed anything.
They don't need to commit anything though. Like, it takes 3 hits to get rid of these illusions. Or 2 hits, I guess.
Lord, yeah, 2 hits.
That tower's 200 HP. No, less now. So getting hits from the siege engine.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. These smoke wraparound's going to be the name of the game. Teresa popping the overpower. Moving on in, we got a kick. Not finding a vacuum though. DeVitt and Teresa sitting off to the side. He's got a bleak dagger that's burning a hole in his pockets. He's going to move back in towards mid as that tower does fall to CE. The illusions are in the base. They are hitting on the range tracks, and there's just not a whole lot that DTT can really do about it because look at the positioning from A4P. Panzer Dragoon playing the gatekeeper, just sat down there, CE happily spamming out his own illusions and his acid spray, and AC having the time of his life, just putting him in the disruption and getting some hired help to do the work. So it really feels like DTT have to make the jump here to get anything done.
Yeah, pretty much. And even as they're sieging it, like, they have to send heroes off to deal with this bottom and mid lane that are constantly pushing in. They've taken a third of the range tracks now. This is
starting to get really scary for DTT.
This
and
is Shadow Demon Gaming.
Oh my lord, Panzer Dragoon, he's burrowed under the sentry, but just with all of the stuns, all of the illusions, all the damage reduction that he has, there's bugger all that they can do about it. So, nice blink forward there from X-Rack. We've got a wall has been deployed, and the Chain Frost was reflected. Bruce gonna get brought down by Teresa, popping that BKB, keep blinking forward, ends up dropping the hammer.
Down on
as well, nice lockdown from Carton Face. Wailing away, only too happy, he's still got a Chrono ready to go as the kick and pull. Teresa is going to be completely and utterly surrounded and brought down, smashing in frustration. No buyback on him. Lich the trade for Ursa, not what DTT were looking for, and avoiding the self-stun due to a defensive disruption. Nice job there. X-Ray blinking forwards once again, going to go ahead and roll on out of dodge. So there's a Lotus Orb being deployed to some pretty good effectiveness, but down go the racks, and that's Megas, and I feel like that's just, we're going through the formalities now.
Yeah, and who would have thought that DTT,
the nice two-man celebratory chrono over the Ancient with the tier 4s, and nice impales coming out there. Yeah. It should be, but OS Frog is a thing. Yeah, there he goes. Survives on 200 odd HP. Tier 4s being mopped up by mixed bag of illusions, heroes, and creeps. The acid spray popping the abyssal on David right outside his fountain. How dare you walk down those stairs? CE gonna actually turn around, throw a stun onto Keith while his mates wail away on the throne. GG, well played, guys. That is game 3 of our best of 3. A4P take it 2-1 over DTT. I have been Scissored, joined by Praetorian. If you want more of me, please try and track me down on Twitter and Twitch at Scissored and Praetorian. If we want more of you, where can we find it?
You can find me at Praetorian Dota as I try and do some analysis over this victory. Gosh, it's... Wow.
Where to even begin?
DTT, tournament favourites, going down 2-1 to A4P, just outplayed. Game 1, Game 3.
They took Game 2 in such a handover fist style, and they looked so strong early on in this game. This was... Oh my goodness, what a game. I'm looking forward to the analysis because, like I said, where do you even start, guys? That, I believe, is the final best of 3 that we have for you tonight. Do tune in tomorrow where Right Hunter will be taking us through the finals, and thanks as well go out to the National Academy of Technology, the principal sponsor without whom we wouldn't be watching Dota right now. Well, not this game of Dota regardless. Digital Bunker, Dota-roo. Thank you to Kai Studios for having both of us. And if you do want to support the game, if you do want to support this tournament with your own money, there is a Dota TV ticket that you can pick up for $1. So we're going to throw this one back over to Right Hunter in production now. That's about it from us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a game of Dota 2. What a series. Who would have picked it? A4P coming out on top. Certainly wouldn't have picked. We got 2 60-minute plus games, and they were the games that A4P took. We talk about DTT, we talk about their experience, and how that tends to, like, when you've got a more experienced lineup, they tend to pull through in the late game because they've just got that knack of being able to pull it out. But 2 60-plus minute games, both going the way of A4P. Shadow Demon Gaming, just too much at the end. Now, that being said, definitely a window of opportunity DTT had to win that game. They really did control the mid-game, and a couple of team fights that didn't quite go their way. Little mistakes from both teams. They didn't mention it in the cast, but again, the lack of MKB on Ursa, I think, hurt him really, really bad. He went Abyssal. he went Abyssal Ags BKB, and basically he wasn't able to hit shit in a team fight or get off the necessary bashes, because as long as the Elk was there with that Radiant Solution, he wasn't doing any kind of damage. So a questionable choice for him not to pick up an earlier MKB in that game. Regardless, A4P, they showed great composure. They definitely had their backs against the wall, were able to pull through. You are going to see them tomorrow taking on Brain DDoS. Now that game is at 3 p.m. AEDT. You can find all the match tickers at joindota.com. So if you're watching from anywhere in the world, you can know what time to tune in. I will be taking you through that first one with Praetorian, and then I'll be joined by Fury for the finals cast. That'll be Big and Black taking on the winner of A4P, the A4P and Brain DDoS series. So, 4 teams entered today, only 3 remain. For those of you who are wondering what happened to the other game that was going to be played tonight, Slap M and Indomie, both teams decided not to play that game, and the prize pool was split accordingly. So we didn't get that final game. Would have been a great series anyway, I'm sure. But that means it's all we've got tonight in terms of Dota action. It means we've only got 2 more series to go. And this year's, or at least this tournament's DB Esports ANZ qualifiers. It seems to have gone so quickly. Just weeks ago, we had 32 teams vying for that victory, and now it is down to just 3. Who's going to win it? Find out 3 p.m. AEDT tomorrow. Same time, same place, here at twitch.tv/DB Esports. But this tournament would not be possible without our partners for the event. Of course, DB Esports are running the event. You can find them, as I'm sure you've seen during the cast, you can find them at facebook.com/Digital Bunker Esports. You can find them on Twitter at DB Esports Dota 2. You can use the hashtag ANZ Dota 2 to follow along. You can also win some awesome Steam gift cards if you do so. I would recommend it. Not many people have entered it yet, so go forth, win $20, spend it on, I don't know, you can get something sick for yourself, who knows. And lastly but not leastly, thanks to the National Academy of Technology. They have fronted up the $2,500 prize pool. They're the reason why this tournament is available and is successful. If you have enjoyed the tournament, make sure you check them out. If you've got you or yourself or a friend, God, it's late, who are into game design, web design, app design, any of that cool stuff, click the link below. It'll take you through to the Academy of Tech website where you can find some further details. Would really appreciate it if you did look into them, because they are supporting the Australian Dota 2 scene. So by supporting them, you're indirectly supporting the players, supporting us, supporting everyone else who is trying to make Australian esports a thing and trying to grow the Dota scene and the Dota community. But with that, I will bid you adios. I have been Ride Hunter casting for Kai Studios. If you've enjoyed the production, you can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/Kai Studios NZ, or at Twitch at twitch.tv/Kai Studios. I'm going to hang around in the chat for a bit, so if you've got any questions, feel free to ask. But like I said earlier, 3 p.m. AEDT, that's approximately 14 hours from now. So 14 hours from now, we will have the lower bracket, best of 3, between A4P and Brain DDoS. Thanks for tuning in, guys.